Thank you very much, friends of the Dice Never Lie Gaming Network. My name, as always, is Keeper Marathustra. It is my pleasure this evening to introduce you to the Servants of the Lake. This is a Call of Cthulhu session that we are going to be playing tonight. Roll20 was kind enough to release in concurrence with Chaosium this module as a free option on Roll20, and I jumped at it as an opportunity to present it to some of my players. As normal, we play Dungeons and Dragons, and this is my second time rolling as Keeper. I really enjoy Call of Cthulhu. I really love playing as the Keeper of Secrets. This is one of my favorite play styles, is the investigation, the horror, and in the long run, players who are not godlike beings. I like grim, dark play. This is a lot of fun ahead. We pick up with the players outside of Miskatonic University, meeting at the library. I do start recording a little bit late, as one of my players is already describing his character when the recording picks up. And I have been having volume issues with my own microphone, and I finally solved that the few days after this with Tolus City by the Spire. So it will be fixed into the future, but it is something I've been dealing with for the last about 2 months since the last install of Linux. So I must apologize for the volume issues during this session. But whether you are somebody who listens to enjoy our TTRPGs or a player who is getting a recap before the next time that we play, I want to thank you for tuning in to this special session of Call of Cthulhu. I hope you enjoy The Servants by the Lake.
Unkempt mop of brown hair, a bit of a scruffy beard with just a few kind of gray hairs starting to show up. He's wearing a suit that probably once was nice, but it's rumpled and probably a size too small for him. And he was contacted by Gerald Frazer because so Gerald had a colleague who has used him before. He is essentially he makes his living chasing down deadbeats and collecting debts, things like that.
Excellent. And then Justin the Magic Man. Of yours?
Hello, I'm Justin. Tonight I will be playing David, the Magic Man Wilcox, an average gentleman, slim, dark hair, blue eyes, quite charismatic, as I am a professional magician. And also, I think that's probably it of note.
Can you describe your connection to Fraser? What did you?
Oh, I knew David a little bit as he had reached out to me uh, about like some supernatural happenings or whatever, which I'm fascinated with, although in my pursuit, I've not been able to find any actual evidence.
Wait a second, I thought you were David.
Oh, sorry, I meant to, what's the main kid's name?
James?
To James, yeah, sorry.
Gotcha. How about going for, if you're gonna apply like a little bit of supernatural, how about going for?
Oh, I was just taking that from the bio.
Oh wait, James. I didn't even notice that James had supernatural bio.
No, no,
That's okay.
David does. David does. My character does.
Gotcha. Yeah, yeah. So go with, you've got a connection to the Society for the Exploration of the Unexplained. That is a group of investigators in Arkham. And anybody else, my apologies, you're welcome to use them as well. But that gives you as a solid thing for maybe David Wilcox was contacted simply because you are somebody who is a part of this group of explaining missing and mysterious things. So just add in Society for the Exploration of the Unexplained. My apologies there. And then Larry, us to Dr. Currently muted if you are speaking. Like you're having a voice issue right now, or you want to work on the role playing. All right, I'm going to skip you for a moment then while you mess with that. Yep. Christy, can you explain to us Geraldine?
Yes, I can. My name is Geraldine Thornhill, and I'm a journalist. When I was young, I was contacted by what is it, Father Frazer? Did I get that right?
James Frazer is the guy that gone missing. His father, uh, Gerald, is the one that's contacted us.
Okay, so I was
Gerald's
contacted by him because my parents go to church with him. When I was younger, I lived in a haunted house. I've always seen things that were out of the ordinary. Most just stared at me as if I was weird or crazy. They relayed these stories to him, hence why he contacted me. I became a journalist to try and seek out more of these stories, having the advantage of journalism at my side and being able to investigate things that I wouldn't otherwise.
Excellent. Has Geraldine ever heard of, or are you a part of the Society for the Exploration?
I definitely know about them, and I have been following them for quite some time. Given my status as a journalist in a what she would say, quote unquote, normal society, with an air of laughter to her voice, I haven't actually joined with them, but I definitely know a lot of them.
So you two right now, David Wilcox and Geraldine, the two of you can certainly have knowledge of each other. If you've ever like interviewed them, um, you can kind of take a moment to maybe like private message between each other to try to figure out like if you know them. Maybe Geraldine knows of them, but has never made herself like known to them. But he should theoretically be kind of a high profile person. I believe it says he's high profile. So,
Of course, yeah. If the character that or the person that's playing that character wants a personal recommendation to me, I'd be more than happy to do some talking about that.
and then Matt playing Maximilian Hurt.
Yep.
Can you describe?
So, name's Matt, and I'll be playing Maximilian Hurst, although I'm Max to my friends. From Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I sort of travel around a little bit, but back in 1917, I managed to hop on the boat and stupidly joined up with the AEF to go see action in the Great War over in France. That was quite an experience. Ever since I got back, though, the experiences that I've seen have kind of convinced me that there may be something else lurking in the shadows. And it's sort of dragged me around New England trying to figure out exactly what's going on underneath our eyes. Now, interestingly enough, I'm actually an associate of Emily. Well, one of her friends. He was one of my old war buddies in the AEF over in France, and when he heard what was going on, he put a good word into me for Gerald. Unfortunately, I think the society probably considers me small beans, a bit of an amateur. But that won't stop me from walking around and trying to snap a good photo of a ghost, some way or another.
Do you think you are from Kingsport, where the Livingstones live, or are you a local of Arkham?
Well, I figured I just came up with Pittsburgh off the top of my head.
Oh, my bad. I missed the Pittsburgh. So yeah, maybe you've flown out to, yeah, flown out to say Boston, and recently taken the train out to Arkham, and you'll be meeting. Um, so yeah, that'll put you as solid like fish out of water as far as Massachusetts, but not necessarily never been here. At least the family of Kingsport in Kingsport probably has a little bit more.
Okay, makes sense.
And how are we doing on voice for Larry?
How's this device working?
Sounds excellent.
Yep. Okay,
Very
so
good.
I'm Dr. John Lucas. I am slender and quite upright, rather prim. I was raised poor in Arkham. My poor mother, who I'm devoted to, put me through medical school, and I've had, rising success. And I probably with the my new acquaintances, I probably prefer to be still called Dr. Lucas. And my relationship to the Frazers is I treated Miss Livingstone a few months ago. The details, of course, are confidential. But when Gerald was searching for his son, he tried to call around to the local hospitals and was put off by them. And perhaps Emily gave him my name as someone who might be able to cut through the bureaucracy.
Excellent. So I believe that puts us with two connections to Emily Livingstone with Maximilian and Dr. Lucas. I think that gives us Magic Man as a connection, Jane, and then I think that leave out Geraldine and Dylan are like kind of like skilled professionalists in that area. If that sounds right, that gives us a good starting point. You all have any thoughts of where in Arkham, kind of how like go about meeting? Where would we like to pick up? It's a university town. Kind of have pieces of the university north of the river and south of the Miskatonic River. A good bit of the housing is on the south side. A good bit of like the say main campus is on the north side, but the university basically straddles the kind of like S curve of the. Have any thoughts? Like, are you at a library, at a bus station, or you meet somebody's private home?
I was gonna say perhaps we can meet at the university, like an open common ground where we can all meet easily. But quick question: do any of our characters actually live in this city? To the DM and to the other players.
I think we went with. My bad. I was thinking Geraldine was one of the ones who lived here. Dylan is from here, and then I think the Magic Man is from here as well. I think the three of you are Arkhamites.
Okay, yeah, that works for me.
Dr. Lucas also was raised here, although he currently lives in Salem.
Gotcha. Yeah, so you would be another one of, we might even have like Maximilian and Dr. Lucas. Dr. Lucas might have been instructed to pick up Maximilian from the train station in Salem, and like the other three of you are waiting for those two to arrive at Arkham's library, something like that. And that can be where we pick up is when the five of you, basically meet up 10 a.m. at the morning outside of the.
Sounds good.
All right.
So if that is a solid place to start, with you all just kind of like coming to, do you have any thoughts on, is there any kind of like explicit conversation where like David, Geraldine, and Dylan are simply getting to know each other as you start to notice these other people who Mr. Frazer has told me that I was meeting here. These are the other Arkhamites who are meeting here. Or are you guys kind of sufficient to kind of just hang out until you are of Dr. Lucas arrive? Maximilian Hurst, passenger.
I apologize. Can you repeat that?
Just kind of asking, like, do you guys have anything that you want to say between Dr. Oh, wait, David Wilcox, the Magic Man, Maxim Dylan Haggerty, or Geraldine Thornhill? Do any of you three want to say anything to each other as you notice these are the other people that Mr. Frazer has basically instructed you that they're Arkhamites who you are meeting here at the library before Dr. Luke arrives with Maximilian?
Well, I start off with I introduce myself to everyone as Geraldine, but I give those specific three a kind of smile where the like right corner of my mouth curls up just ever so slightly, and I introduce myself as Jerry as opposed to Geraldine. Nice to meet you.
So Dylan is going to he'll show up around 10, clearly a little bit hungover. Um, Kind of probably still some whiskey fumes around him, and he'll kind of like he'll look towards Geraldine and then David, and this Gerald's throwing out all the stops. It's a rather motley lot, but he'll kind of nod and towards Geraldine, and he'll give like a very perfunctory smile that doesn't really meet his eyes, but he otherwise is going to kind of not say too much after that.
Anything to add, Mr. Wilcox, before the others arrive?
Nothing in particular.
So then when the actual car kind of like putters up, arriving in Arkham at the library, and kind of like the puttering of the engine, as you can hear like the cylinders kind of hitting like offbeat. These are early cars. They're starting to get a little bit faster and whatnot, but it's definitely still kind of like a saunter kind of thing as they roll up here, pull up to.
As Max steps out and opens the door, he looks over the college before he glances over his shoulders. He says, Doc, I think that a man of your profession would be able to afford something a bit better than this flivver here, before he tugs out a cigarette and lights it with a match.
I see. Well, this flivver is actually one of Detroit's finest models, and I would appreciate it and I do appreciate you not smoking on your way from the train station, as we spoke of earlier.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he takes a quick puff before he continues on. No, I just mean, it sounds like it needs some work. I mean, what, it's a little, you said it's one of the best, but did you get it secondhand or something?
Wait, I am sorry, still working on the voice thing. Well, he, uh, Dr. Lucas seems a little taken aback, and having been caught out on this, and he's, well, my duties have kept me away from the mechanic. I'm afraid. I think it's still quite a reliable car.
Oh, no, Doc, I wasn't saying nothing like that. Now that yeah, I mean, it makes sense now. But hey, listen, you don't take care of that, it won't take care of you. Trust me. He takes another puff before he gestures up at the buildings. Nice place. Where are we supposed to go anyway? There's a lot of square acreage here.
I believe the library was mentioned.
Say no more. I see it. All right, Doc. Hey, thanks for the ride. See you inside.
Dr. Lucas is kind of taken aback at Max bustling away from him, and follows along while straightening his lapels and trying to maintain his dignity.
As Max walks in through the front doors, you notice he's a bit shabby. He's wearing a suit that's quite clearly a bit out of style. A bit sun-aged. He's clearly worn it just about everywhere and probably slept it in a few times. With a rather beaten fedora that he takes off once he walks in. He doesn't really think too much about stopping smoking when he walks in, this being 1931 and all that. With sort of a beaten old case that he's got slung over one shoulder. As he glances around, takes another puff, and goes, "Nice place. I mean, I've been to some burgs across the states, but this is good."
So if you all see, I kind of described the university a little bit incorrect. To the center, kind of south of the river, about 3 blocks south of the river, you'll see um, Southwest Street and South Garrison Street, flanking a large kind of green section. Building 22 is Orne Library of the Miskatonic University. That is Miskatonic main campus there, between West College Street to the south, West Church Street to the north, and then South Garrison, Southwest Street. Yes. So that should give you guys the location general where we are is that southeast corner at Orin Library.
Okie dokie.
Max makes his entrance as he strolls in through the lobby. He glances over his shoulder. Ah. Hey, Doc, come on, man. You don't want to miss anything, do you?
Dr. Lucas, having tried to reassemble his dignity somewhat, follows Max in.
As he kind of like yells that out as you're like opening the doors to the library, you'll immediately hear from inside an actual, as you see from this kind of like large opening to the library where there's a nice little like opening kind of like view of different kind of like stone work inside, and you start to see the different wood structures, all of the bookcases kind of like expanding out, kind of like a northern direction as well as an eastern direction, kind of like expands out in a bit of an L, and you see just a small little desk straight ahead of you, one small little librarian kind of sitting back behind it, looking over her eyeglasses as she's got one finger to her pursed lips, telling you, "Be quiet while you enter the."
Oh, yes, of course, ma'am. My apologies. I did not mean to disrespect this august body. Yeah, he stage whispers as he strolls past, like with his hands clasped in front of him as if in begging for forgiveness before he walks in.
So between Geraldine, Dylan, and David, theoretically, the three of you could have either been waiting outside and heard the actual conversation of Maximilian and Dr. Lucas, kind of giving away that they are the other part of your party. Otherwise, we would have you kind of waiting inside of the actual university library, and you all are welcome to kind of gather each other up. If you would like to head inside, try to do any research, you're welcome to like to kind of start to plan your way. You probably gather from whispers of the librarian ahead of you, perhaps stepping back outside.
Okay. I take the hint of the librarian, and I don't walk quick enough to make anybody think I'm walking away without them, but I do step outside.
Dylan will kind of. Oh, go ahead.
John, after introducing himself, of course, he introduces himself to Miss. What's Jerry's last name? Because he'd probably be a stickler for calling you Miss or Mrs. last name.
Thornhill.
Thornhill. So John follows Miss or Mrs.
Miss.
Miss follows Miss Thornhill out, giving the librarian apologetic nod as they leave the library.
Dylan kind of like pushes himself. He's been kind of leaning against the wall, pushes himself off, follows the other two out, and kind of muttering a little under his breath, "This will be fun." Kind of hoping wouldn't be splitting it so many ways. Kind of muttering to himself, but otherwise following out as well.
Oh, whoops, my apologies. I think I blasted past everybody. I don't want to stay separate from the party, so I didn't realize everybody was walking out. I walked in.
Yes, I believe we're stepping outside to spare the librarian of the formal introductions.
Okay. Makes more sense. Yeah. Then yeah, Max will stroll outside, and as soon as we are outside of the library doors, Max just shakes his head as he goes, "I swear they're all contrarians. They're all like, oh yeah, no, we want you to be quiet inside, but this is supposed to be a center of learning. I find learning is dynamic. It's not exactly something that you can just sit there and absorb. You have to feel it. You have to know it." He glances around to the group as he goes, "Oh, my apologies, Maximilian Hurst. Although that's Max to my friends, and we are friends now, aren't we?" He sticks out his hand to the nearest person.
I reach out and shake his hand. Geraldine Thornhill.
Miss Thornhill. You mind if I call you Jerry?
Sure, go ahead.
Pleasure's all mine.
So Dylan will reach out a hand as well and just Dylan,
All right. Yeah, he shakes your hand as well as he gives it like a little bit of a squeeze as he goes, "That's fine. I can work with quiet and serious."
John introduces himself to Dylan and David. At least judging by Dylan, he perhaps gives the subtlest sniff uh, as he shakes his hands, and he seems perhaps a little more warm to Mr. Wilcox. Mr. Wilcox, Dr. John Lucas, how do you do?
Are you hitting push to talk, Mr. Cox? Are you there, Justin? Magic Man?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I did not hear what he said. I apologize.
He just what was it? Put out his hand to shake your hand and introduce himself as Dr. Luke.
I apologize, Dr. Lucas. I was in another place.
Oh, of course. Lucas, tries to laugh. He's, aware that perhaps he's got off on a bit of a wrong foot with uh, Mr. Hurst, but he's looking at Mr. Wilcox as a possible uh, person who shares a refined view of the world.
Max leans over to Gary as he says, "Seen that a couple times over in France," referencing Wilcox saying he's in a different place.
When we were stepping outside, can I do a sleight of hand check to try to slide something into Max's pocket?
Yeah, I feel like best hand with the actual. Oh my. Um, do like a dexterity check, maybe. I don't know if you've got something in mind. No, Dell.
There's actually sleight of hand under sciences. That's the
Oh,
first skill.
why is it under sciences? I was looking for it just now too. That is so weird.
Yeah, that sounds like the way to go then. Sleight of hand.
So what do I roll for that again?
Like it's always a D100, and you're trying to get below your skill. But if you are actually using your character here, you should be able to actually click on sleight of hand if you turn off edit. I have a
Okay.
feeling 83 is going to be a fail.
Yeah, it's a fail. I'm 65.
So, um, what are you trying to slide into his pocket?
I was gonna slide a business card into his pocket, and I would assume that he sort of like caught me in the act. Whether or not he acknowledges it, I don't know.
Max, as soon
Um,
as he, oh, go ahead, Keith.
Hold up. I don't know if you're actually going to just notice a card, more than maybe he's just not terribly successful at it. Because I feel like this is where I fall back to. I want to say let's go for just a spot hidden to see if you like feel the little bit of the card, even though it's not nearly as visual. Yeah. So I'm gonna say then, um, you slide it in there. Actually, no. Give me a luck from Magic Man. And what's your actual luck value?
50 is my value.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say like you don't even really notice it, but as you guys are walking through the door, you go to slide the card into his pocket, and say there's like a hole in his suit that you don't even notice. You like slide the card into his pocket, and it just kind of like starts to wiggle through, and all of a sudden it's gonna drop down the little bit of his jacket coat, and by the time everybody's kind of shaking hands, it's just a piece of like trash just kind of like floating in the wind as you guys are introduced.
Max, without realizing anything, sticks his hand into his pocket, sort of like in a casual standing there motion. Feels his like pinky dangling out as he goes, "Oh wow, I really need to get that checked out next time I go to the tailor."
So I'll just sort of like mumble under my breath. Well, we're off to a good start. Uh, Everyone, my name is David Wilcox. I'd like to formally introduce myself. You may know me as the Magic Man.
Max sticks his hand out as he goes, "Now that's a title I can get behind. How you doing, Magic Man?"
I'm good. Pleasure to meet you, Max.
John tries, perhaps unsuccessfully, to hide a bit of disappointment at, at such a profession among the person he thought had been his natural ally. But nonetheless, he shakes his hand and is perfectly polite about it.
Of course, pleasure to meet you again, Doctor. I apologize once again.
Oh, nothing to apologize for, of course. Um, Magic, you say, and Mr. Hurst. Uh, now, are any of us here investigators or related to the police? I was rather hoping that we'd find someone who might know how to go about this problem of finding young Fraser.
So
Max actually. Oh, go ahead.
oh no, oh go ahead.
Max actually kind of perks up a little bit before he goes, "Well, I don't know if you could officially call me an investigator. I'm kind of, sort of, a bit of an amateur." He pauses for a second before he tugs a slip of paper out of his breast pocket. Parapsychologist. I believe that's what it's called. He slips the paper back in, reaches into his canvas bag, and tugs out a battered looking but still perfectly serviced and well cared for camera. As he holds it up and says, "I've been chasing around rumors across the whole Northeast and the Atlantic coast ever since I came back over to the States. That was 1920, I think. So yeah, give it about a decade or so. I've been trying to find phenomena and all that."
So at the mention of Dr. Lucas's mention of police, Dylan's just gonna kind of like give a little scoff, but then he'll I've I found a few people didn't want to be found in my time. Suppose you could call it a specialty.
Sounds rather ominous.
I don't hurt them much unless they deserve it. Mostly it's just, people hire me, I find them, I bring them back. What happens after that is not my concern.
I mean, we just gotta look for his last known location, right? What did the old man say that he was last seen at?
You can all
Uh,
recall that the last you spoke with Gerald, he had heard from James some way out of Arkham on his way to Kingsport, in need of a night's rest, planning on bedding down to sleep in hell.
did sorry, did Gerald do we know how long ago James uh dropped out of school of his the university?
I think the idea is more that he left university to go see. Um, I want to say Emily. I feel like it's not her.
Emily, it is Emily.
Okay. Yeah. So he left the university to go see Emily. I want to say this is the type of thing where, say, he like left on like a Friday and skipped some classes. We're calling it dropped out of university because he's been missing for 9 days. I don't think it's necessarily that, like, say he like didn't sign up for the spring semester kind of thing.
I got you. Okay, because I was gonna think like maybe we, find out what he was studying, but it sounds like yeah, that's not the right avenue. So,
Well,
um,
one of the things that you all can certainly do is check with administrations. You would learn more about what James was indeed studying. You might be able to, I think on some level, you guys would have the name of his roommate if you wanted to speak to his roommate, Travis Bryce. And you could find the room. They are still, or yeah, I feel like Travis is really kind of your connection on Arkham, besides going into somebody's.
Well, the first rule of journalism, you always start with the closest people they know first and work your way and branch out from there. So,
Max cuts in as he says, "I find that sometimes the best place to try to look for stuff is often." He kind of cuts off for a second as he gets a little introspective. If he never made it to the place that he was supposed to be going, then what would convince him to get off the road? If something hadn't happened to him, perhaps something on the road told him that he should go seek something else for a bit. He starts puzzling on that for a little bit, scratching at his chin as he gets a bit distracted.
Do we know about the rough estimate of the last place he was spotted on the road at, or is that just going to be something as a guess?
I think you're
Uh,
both onto something here. We should both pursue his lost course of action, but while we're here, we should speak with his roommate as well. If he can't tell his father where he's going because he's being defiant, then likely he'll have shared with his close friends.
so if you wanted to head into the library and try to like look up the actual maps between here and Kingsport, where he was heading to see Emily, that would be one of the options. And you guys could potentially send somebody else to meet up with Travis if you guys want to do up accomplish those two morning. Otherwise, you could, if all five of you work together to find out about like the maps and what's between, it'll go a lot quicker, and then you could have us afterward.
I think I'd rather go look at an atlas, try to find out the map. He kind of like holds up his hands. No offense, I'm sure you find me charming, but I'm not too good at talking to people, you know?
Would Lucas know the main route from Arkham to Kingsport, having been raised in the area?
Just roll a luck roll for me. You're vaguely sure it's a pretty simple route. It's not too many miles at all. Probably about like a 30 or 40-minute drive. But in the long run, you don't know specifically what the way is in kind of out of the air.
No, it's not far to Kingsport, but there are a few different routes one might take. Um, Perhaps the roommate might be our best first stop, and then um, perhaps we could come back, look at an atlas, and find the various uh, roads. They've been putting in new roads this past decade. Progress, you know.
Max kind of grunts, and for a second you see him look a little bit crestfallen as he goes, yeah, progress.
I think Jerry's onto something. Best to I think talking to the roommate couldn't hurt. Might even told him how he was going. Kill two birds and all that.
Does that sound like everybody is going to meet up with Travis? I feel like Hurst was the one who was more interested, like looking for the map. But did Dr. Lucas like play that desire? Are you ready to join up with them?
Kind of shrugs as he goes, might be best to stick together.
Trying to sort of mend, having gotten off to a wrong on the wrong foot with these things. John says, "Well, it might make more sense for us to split up. I mean, after all, a whole group of people coming in asking questions might put off the roommate."
At this point, just as just as the doc finishes his sentence, Max claps a rather hefty hand on his shoulder as he goes, "Nah, don't sweat it, old sport. Listen, we all come from different backgrounds, right? One of us might pick up on something that everybody else misses. I mean, back over in France, we always did team stuff. That's how it goes."
We were asked to keep a low profile. I think he might be right. 5 of us showing up. It may seem strange.
Dr. Lucas studiously avoids straightening his jacket from where the heavy hand wrinkled it.
So time to make a decision. All you go 3 and 2. Want to split, or do you want to move forward as one?
I think a clean split 3 and 3, or yeah, 3 and 2. Sorry, I think a clean split 3 and 2 might be the way to go here.
So who's staying at the library?
I'll stick at the library. I've got a good library use score.
I think Dylan would be more likely to go to speak with the roommate. Probably follow Jerry's lead, let her kind of lead that. But in case he's unforthcoming, Dylan can persuade him to.
As her spokesperson, Christy says Jerry goes to talk to the roommate. She is currently on a phone call.
Uh, Dr. Lucas doesn't have good library skills, but since he did sort of reopen the question, I think he'd go with Max.
Yeah, Magic Man's gonna go along to speak with the young man. Well, 3 and 2 it is.
So theoretically, to give at least Christy a little bit more chance to get back off the phone, let's go in with Hurst and Lucas. You can return into the library. Again, there's a librarian who's like a 20-foot walk into like the area here that you could go ask for help. Or if the two of you simply want to go straight to the bookshelves, you can go straight to and start to kind of look up. Effectively, it's one of those things where you're just looking like the Dewey Decimal System to look for like natural world and sciences, to where you can find some atlases and effectively maps of.
Max simply strolls boldly up to the desk, but quietly, as he leans over, as he goes, "My apologies, ma'am, for our rough introduction. I was wondering if perhaps you had any maps for viewing of the local area. We're looking for the route here to King."
Oh, certainly there. If you head down the west wing, follow that map room, the double door. Be quiet as you open. Generally, the right door is a little quieter than the left, but you can head on in there. Local atlases get you to Kingsport will be on your right, though we do have some other ones that are in storage. If something particular, but general atlas you'll see on your right.
Of course, thank you very much, ma'am. He turns over to Dr. Lucas as he says, Doc, was there anything you needed to look up?" Trying to convey in his eyes that this is mostly just to be as casual as possible and not draw any attention.
Uh, no, I don't think there was anything else now that you come to mention it. He extends his hand in the direction the librarian suggested and invites Max to proceed.
Of course, Doc. And off we go. He holds up his hands as if sort of in a placating way as he passes by the librarian. He goes, "And of course, ma'am, I know." Shh, and walks through the right door.
Mr. Hurst, may I ask uh, why, if I'm not mistaken, you are hesitant to. Perhaps you realized that I was about to ask the librarian about young Frazer. Did you have any reason to think that that would have caused offense or been misconstrued?
As he walks, Hurst says back, "We're trying to keep this low profile, right? The second that we start asking questions about somebody that's missing for several days, the second somebody else starts asking the same topic. I mean, sure, we want to find him, but we also want to try to keep off of the topic. Me?
I see. Yes. You're quite right. Uh, yeah, yes, you're quite right. I bow to your superior knowledge.
It's not a matter of superior knowledge. I just pauses for a second, and for a moment his smile falters. This isn't the first time I've had to do this sort of thing. Now, of course, you'd think asking the librarian, someone who's so connected to the system, be the right one to ask. But here's the thing: she's all about looking things up and getting knowledge. Who's she going to ask the first second that she realizes what's going on? She's going to take it straight to the dean.
I see. Fascinating. Yes, I see what you mean.
So Max quietly follows the directions through the library as he says, "There's an art to being both noticeable and unnoticeable. As you've seen, if you have a loud personality, then when you're nice and quiet, nobody really pays attention to you."
And if I may say, perhaps one You may make the wrong first impression, but make that to your advantage, yes?
Of course, of course. I'm no good at sneaking around or trying to keep myself incognito, of course, but I am good at setting a first impression and then breaking it completely. He gives you a smile as he goes, I've been at this a while, Doc. I mean, I may not have ever gone to university. How do you think I got out of the trenches in France?
Very impressive, Max. Oh, may I call you Max? And you must call me John.
Of course, John. Although, of course, don't get offended if I slip into calling you Doc. Habit. But, all my friends call me Max, and we are friends after, right?
Indeed, although Doctor Lucas, if it comes to that.
I'll try to remember. Now, let's see. She said it. Oh, right, along the right wall of the west wing. Here we go.
So, as you all head into that west wing, you see this section is a lot less kind of actual bookshelves. They're still kind of outlining the outer edges of the actual room itself. There's still some space for the large windows that are about like 8 wide and like 20 feet high to really let in natural light. But the map room is filled with tables at study. The south side of the room has a few globes where you can actually see global maps. And the side where you guys are at, there's a few smaller bookshelves. And on top of the have like large like bent daises so they can hold the books without like expanding their spine. And you can see that there's a bunch of like newer tomes, some older tomes, some that are actually like kind of locked away and like on shelves. But this is by and large like a reference area, and vastly basically material you can't rent from the library or you can't take out from. But if the two of you would like to do some library uses, if you are
Oh,
in
God damn it.
particular only looking for maps, can roll a library use with a bonus die. If you are looking at things between kind of Arkham and Kingsport that might have interest, like places to stay and whatnot, you can do a normal just library.
I'm sorry, the two options were strictly maps and landmarks or historical things that may have happened. I'd like to do that. That's a regular
More,
library user.
yeah, the more like open, that's just going to be a regular library. Yeah, so taking the bonus die, like to me, right, of course. Basically, my idea here is give you the bonus die if you focus on simply this is the route between I'm just looking at that. So
There a, is there a bonus button to press on this, or did I already do that?
looks like you did it correctly, and the second roll was just a 2. Oh wait, that's kind of weird. It's a D10 -1. So I mean, it still would have been like a 23, is I think how that would have been. So I think it might be on your character sheet before you roll, but in the long run, that works how you did because it rolls a second die. I'm not sure why there's a -1, but even so, a
That's
33 is still a success.
okay. Yeah, so Max is specifically looking at the maps of the local area between Arkham and Kingsport because he's looking for both the route and anything geographically of note. Like, are there any particular woods in the area, hills of note, small secluded hamlets that might be on this map?
Well, that's where I'm
Essentially,
pulling that away. Like the bonus die is me saying like you're looking for just the root kind of thing. You're very
my bad.
focused on what you're searching for. Taking the more general thing is what Dr. Lucas did, and he'll get some of that other information that you would have wanted. But that's part of why often I like to give people a choice of different searches. That's one of the things I'll go into, and you'll is I like to say like 3 or so different skills because multiple skills have different answers what they'll accomplish.
Yeah, my
But
bad. I
yeah,
misunderstood the choices.
so with the general idea of you going in with the 33, looking for simple map options, you basically come to realize there is essentially one direct route to Kingsport, and it's about a 2.5 mile ride. It's about 30 minutes straight between Arkham and Kingsport. There is not too much choice of it. If you go roundabout and you kind of follow the coast of the river, you might be looking at about a 3 mile ride. If you go out of your way to Beverly, you're looking at about a 4 mile ride. None of those would make sense if he is tired, except for the direct route that is about 2 miles and is about, again, I'm saying it's like a 30-minute drive just because I feel like cars have to be kind of slow to make it so he has to nap before getting there because these places are right next to each other. I don't understand that part of this module. That's why I'm sticking to the car moves at like a slow enough pace that you outwalk when.
Uh, Max, at this point, as he finds the simplified route, uh, steps back over to John as he says, "Okay, see, this is what I was talking about. Now we have the direction to get to Kingsport, but we also have alternatives. One thing I can tell you, it's this: no matter which route he took, he should have been in Kingsport before there was any chance of him getting tired or needing to pull off the road. So, if I'm judging this right, he probably did not stop voluntarily, even if he took the longest route."
Dr.
Yes.
Lucas would have in what he found is that along that central route, that most direct route, there is indeed a small lake that has a motel that's located there, and it is called Squatter's Lake. And Squatter's Lake Motel is the only choice. If he didn't go to Martin's Beach or he didn't go to Beverly, that's really the only place between Arkham and Kingsport that you go to stay. And that's what you are able to. And when you are searching on Squatter's Lake, find this. While everybody takes a look at that little handout that should have popped up for you all, that
Love it.
Dr. John Lucas finds, is Christy back right now?
Yes.
Excellent. So while they kind of have your route ahead of you and the first little bit of a clue, I'm going to jump back over to. Oh, I still have you on Miskatonic. My bad. I moved over onto the map. I forgot to move you guys to. So let me kind of outline what I was saying before I jump.
Oh, no
If you
worries.
look between Arkham and Kingsport, there is that direct route right to Kingsport. That's what I was saying to Matt was like a 2 mile drive. You go along the Miskatonic River to the east of that, you're looking at about a 3 mile or 2.5 mile drive. And if you go to Beverly, you're looking at about like say a 3.5 miles. All in all, there's one route there, and the little inn that Dr. Lucas found, Squatter's Lake. I believe that is meant to that lake inside of that little U, and that is basically defined as the only motel between Arkham and Kings. Um, but I think it is perfectly fine for you to understand something is weird because he should have either slept in Miskatonic or he should have arrived in Kingsport. Um, took the time to rest in Squatters. Uh, so now I should have you guys back at the three who are heading over to Bryce or but their dorm is over to the east of the library, about 4 blocks between Powder Mill Street and French Hill Street, north of East College and south of that Lidditch Street, Lilac Street. It might be Lilac. So you all you can either walk over there. You could have perhaps had like gotten a ride from Dr. Lucas. But in the long run, I would say, you're looking like a 15-minute walk over there. They are basically spending about 2 hours to do the library research that they have. So if you guys walk over there and walk back to the library, you're gonna have an hour and a half to spend with his room.
Okay.
Max is Matt T, Multiverse Patriot. So while you guys kind of head over, who do you think is knocking at their dorm room?
Oh, I definitely will.
So yeah, as you knock, you just hear like a kind of little, uh, oh, one moment, please. Who's there? How can I help you? From beyond the door before you start to hear some of the like metal clanking of locks on the other side.
Oh, yes, sir. My name is Geraldine. Yeah, I just came to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
Kind of like pops open the door a little bit and just kind of like peeks through. Nothing like where there's like a chain like on the door. He's just like opening the door to see who you are. You just see like a small little kind of like mousy boy. You can kind of see like rings under his eyes from like not sleeping enough, and he just kind of like looks out at you. And oh, um, what else? How can I help you? What are the three of you here for?
Like the lady said, just want to ask you a few questions.
Hey, is this about James? You can come in. I don't think I really have much to help you, but if help James, I'll do what I can.
Yes, we're friends of his father. We just came over to have a quick word with you and look around. He's approved it if you don't mind.
You can see like this is a pretty small room. There's like two different desks. Each of them sits at the foot of another bed. One of the desks is like covered in books about like 3 feet high, so they're almost like 4 or 5 feet high, like when you're standing like next to them. And you can kind of see like there's books like stacked up on the bed right next to that one. The other bed is kind of disheveled. There's little bits of clothing kind of like strewn about. The desk is relatively clean and empty, but you can see that there is a lot of like paperwork kind of sitting on the desk and a few. And he kind of like looks around. Um, and he's just gonna kind of like move some of the books that are on the bed that's covered in books and kind of like push them a little bit closer to the wall and kind of like flatten the sheet some. And he pulls out one of the desk chairs and like just kind of like wipes it off of dust. And then he pulls out the one from the desk with all the books on it, and he just kind of, they only have two seats in the beds here. Um, that's all James's stuff. Um, welcome to sit there. You can hear, and he like sits down on his, offers like a seat like there or on the other bed for the third of
Go out and play.
That is very kind of you. I appreciate your hospitality.
You can take
you. How can I help you? Like kind of things. Um, I don't really know what to tell you. Kind of like
When's
look
it,
at a calendar on the wall. I think it's been like 9 days, and
is Mr. Fraser or James, is he prone to taking off and going places like a lot without coming back home? Is this unusual for him to do so?
unusual. I freshman year he did great here, and we're both pretty deep into our studies. Um, this year he's been sleeping in a lot more, missing his morning class on a regular basis. I don't I don't know what's really normal. Um, probably talks to Emily every chance he gets, and feel like having somebody to speak to so much, like just sleeping through class. Go ahead and speak. all the same, really neglecting his studies. That the next step.
The next step to what?
I just think he kind of like rubs his eyes a little bit and like he's got like a little bit of a nervousness like speaking to Geraldine, but he kind of like looks around and is like maybe it's just having a girl school school priority, and like this kid's like surrounded by like a castle of books right now.
Oh, okay, I understand. Hmm. Well,
So what's
when you oh, go ahead. Sorry.
so sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. So Dylan is going to he'd be like walking over towards the I guess the desk that um Travis had said was belonged to James, and he'd probably start just kind of like he'd say like uh what was he studying then? And as he's saying that, he starts to kind of just like kind of look through, like going through a couple of like checking a couple of the spines on the titles of the books that are kind of stacked up. Um,
So yeah, you're gonna see kind of like general studies sort of books, as well as like things that basically start to delve into like actual philosophers, pretty much as Travis basically. Well, he studying philosophy. I believe his father was expecting him to go for his doctorate and get get into doctor of philosophy here at Miskatonic is a pretty good position to hold. Seemed to be what James wanted last year, but all this talk with Emily and just very distracted. But you can kind of see like some of the paperwork is like seeing like declining grades on papers, like little essays that are turned in, and like see like a teacher kind of like writing like um you're halfway to the word count, kind of things like that, where you can just basically see like his studies have been thrown to some of the books. You'll see like bookmarks right at the front of them. Nothing is like remotely like deep into the book where you're like, oh, he's actually completing his kind of see that.
gotcha. And sorry, go ahead, Christy. I didn't mean to.
Has James ever went missing like this before?
He talks to Emily night and day. Uh, she's visited. I feel like right before the holidays she was here. They see each other, but never been gone for so long. I've only known him for about the year or so of school. Always study first. It's only recently that he. They spoke a lot before. Don't get me wrong. It's only recent studies have sacrificed this.
Of course, that makes sense. It's not uncommon for a young man to have his priorities change.
He mentioned he was going to be leaving this past weekend. Did he say anything?
Well, I was in class when he left. I didn't even hear anything about it until he was gone. They're speaking though. I usually do everything I can not to be listening in on things. It's hard enough to get my work done in silence. He kind of like almost like puffs out his chest, like proud of himself. It's kind of a skill of mine to ignore any conversation with.
Can I sort of like go over to the main desk and kind of have like a little look around?
What are you looking for? Like, and then there's two different desks. One desk with like paperwork and like some books on it. The other one that's like really stacked with books, like on Travis's.
The one more with the paperwork, and I'm essentially looking for like a pad of paper or something where he maybe took down like a note for like a rendezvous or a time or anything like that. Just sort of a clue as to where he might be.
Gotcha. Gonna go ahead and say as you kind of like look for things here, there doesn't seem to be too much else to um roll a roll library use. Yeah, so kind of going through things and like just kind of like really just like skimming to see like looking on the pad to if there's any like indentations from pencil being written on like the piece above it, using some of those kind of like skills of good research to like quickly overlook this desk. It doesn't seem like James has left anything behind as to what his plans, and it's just gonna kind of be one of those things where it's actually for like the brevity of things here. um, Travis Bryce doesn't really have a whole lot more to offer, and he'll kind of just be like, well, speak with Emily, I can give you her number. James has her address written down uh, in his, and he'll like go over there and get like a little like address book that has, like his like family address, uh, Emily's address, and her phone number. Like basically like inside of the book it says like the Livingstones, and they're just in like Main Kingsport, and it's got the 7 to call her. But effectively, Travis doesn't really have a whole.
Would you mind if I copied that down or took this with me?
He's got like a little bit of a legal pad. You could certainly write down the number and address for the Livingstone family.
Thank you so much. I think we'll need to see her soon as well. Can I ask you one more thing before we go?
Uh, yes, what can I help you with?
Sometimes people have knowledge but choose not to share it because they're afraid of the consequences. You don't possess any such knowledge, do you?
I don't really know what that would be. So no.
Excellent. I just needed to ask.
You don't go to
I stand up and I tell him that I'm sure this is a very troubling time for you with the loss of a friend and a roommate. My condolences
You're
to you. And
what? Get away from the open window.
sorry, there's noise in the phone. I'm just going to leave it at that.
I appreciate that. I'm definitely a weird time. I'm stressed between losing a friend and having to wonder my rent's gonna go up if I have to get a new mate, somebody new, and it just feels selfish. But it feel I don't want to let it get into my studies. But I appreciate you all, and I hope you can bring James back. When he wasn't speaking to Emily, so was a great roommate.
Thank you for your time and information, sir.
So you guys probably spend roughly the same amount of time actually discussing things with James, or with Travis Bryce, where by the time you kind of like walk back to main campus and get back to the library, is there any thoughts or anything that you guys want to share between yourselves before you make it there? Otherwise, you guys can kind of like reconvene outside of, I want to call it Olin. I know the up here, outside of the Horn Library. Have any thoughts like when?
So Dylan would probably just say, like, as the three of us are leaving, like starting to walk back, hopefully, hopefully the other two had a bit more luck. What it's worth, I don't think he doesn't seem like the sort to be able to hide anything.
It's not like we're leaving empty-handed. And I'll like hold up the paper with Emily's address on it.
I agree with everybody else and just say I think our best bet at this point would be probably to go talk to Emily. Sounds like if anything, she would have knowledge of him and I don't know. Something feels off to me about the way his roommate said that he was acting as only after meeting her. So,
Yes, it did seem like he was holding something back from us. It's almost like he wanted to tell us.
My bad. I should convey they are like high school sweethearts. So they've been dating for a while. This is like an increase in like their desire.
You sure?
gotcha. Okay, that I can understand 100%. Out of character. Okay.
But I don't necessarily think it's something that Bryce would understand or know too much about. But just to make sure that Bryce would know that like the two of them spoke all during freshman year. It's only like this spring semester of sophomore year that James like started to like give up his studies to like speak with her more.
Okay, understood.
It certainly seems like she's involved somehow.
Indeed, and she was his destination, so according to his father, that was where he was headed. So if we can't find him along the way, then perhaps we'll go to her place. I've traveled the area quite a bit for my performances. I believe there's a hotel in between here and there.
And I imagine at this point we'd be meeting back up with the uh, Dr. Lucas and Max as well.
Of course,
And
yep.
just
The
relay to
perfect
them that, yeah, and just kind of relay, what we spoke to Travis Bryce about, and we got Emily's phone number, but other than that, not much of particular use.
Ah, well, we had some great success in the library. You may recall that according to Fraser Pear, uh, young Fraser was going to stop at a motel, and we have managed, Max and I, screw the accent, but Max and I, have managed to locate what we believe is the only hotel between here and Kingsport. Although, as Max pointed out, it's quite unusual for a person to stop for the night in that short distance. So I think we should visit that motel prior even to visiting Miss Livingstone.
Back again, guys. And Max cuts in as he says, honestly, it sounds like this kid might be on a bit of a rebellion streak. And if so, of course you'd go out of your way to escape your father's notice, if you're trying to stick it to him.
I think the hotel sounds like a splendid place to start. A very good suggestion and good finding.
Well, my car is right here. It might be a little crowded for all of us, but I do think that there's enough room.
So, you guys have the opportunity to pile in to your automobile, and everybody can kind of set off. If everybody agrees, plan is head and try to retrace the route and at least see about this motel before go further into Kingsport. That will be next.
Sounds good to me.
So, can head out of Arkham. Uh, there's quite a few different routes that seem to kind of like come out of the. I think what we're kind of looking at here is like right off of that South Garrison Street. I think you actually can follow that, and that is the most likely to kind of like lead lines that talking about with the. Oh wait, I've got you guys. South Garrison Street is right where the library was, and we can basically have you guys heading out along that, heading to the south. I believe that is the road that seems to most directly towards King, which is again only a few miles away. So heading out of the town, you basically very quickly recognize that while there's like not quite say paved roads um, inside of Arkham, but like cobblestone roads. Very quickly, you're off into like mud and the actual like kind of like snowy, slushy kind of like dirt of the basically outer area. Um, I don't know what percentage of 1930s roads were even paved, but you very quickly kind of recognize this road between Arkham and Kingsport is likely about to entirely just dirt road, and it explains a little bit further why this road may take quite some time to go, as you very quickly realize that you have to hold a slower pace. You're kind of like moving between large ruts where the car can kind of fall like a foot or so at any given time and risk kind of breaking like one of the wooden wheels of the automobile. But you basically kind of like putter around for say like 20 or so minutes and come through an area where you see the first of these large wooden signs, which is just kind of two by fours, like stabbed into the ground about 3 or so feet apart and bent towards each other, so they make a large upside down. And between that, like of the 2 by 4s, you can see a little bit of a white sign that's kind of like painted just in a slightly off-white paint, and it simply says Squatters Lake Motel ahead. And then about like another quarter mile after that, you see a smaller sign kind of like stabbed into the ground and just like kind of nailed to it the words or the word vacancy. Uh, and that's just kind of like painted in white, kind of right beyond that. So you're heading towards Waters Lake. And probably after seeing the first sign, guys would pass a like general. Is there any need to stop at the general store before you continue motel, or do you want to?
I'm continuing towards the motel unless anybody else has any reason to stop.
Wouldn't mind a quick bite to eat, but if they got anything. But otherwise,
Well, perhaps we can stop at somewhere nearby, get something to eat.
I
Have some
mean, it's
food.
only like a mile or two down. It's not that far. As you're driving, Max is regaling you guys with endless stories about all the various back roads he's traveled in the New England area, from Maine all the way down to the capital.
So you could stop in the general store and grab yourself a little bite too, just as a chance to kind of like stretch your legs, especially the 3 people in the back seat. Or feels a little bit nicer. But otherwise, kind of continuing forward, you guys are. This is. I've never been to Massachusetts. My apologies, but I'm calling this hilly country. This is kind of like hilly country here, where you have like a lot of these rivers are kind of like downflow off of the Appalachian Mountain, and uh, Park. But I'm going for the idea that this is kind of like hillocks and like the easiest kind of rate of flow is where a lot of these like roads kind of follow. So when you guys kind of come through this area, you're in like a big like copse of like hemlock trees, traveling through kind of a beautiful Massachusetts wilderness. And you basically kind of see like as like a flat little holler kind of opens up to your left, and you can see the motel kind of set on stilts, kind of like showing up just to the south of you. And basically, you'll see like the ground kind of drops off to like the south and the west of this area. But this actual little like kind of kidney stone lake is the kind of like flat section of it, and the road just kind of follows like the flat hill, and it drops off on the eastern side of the. But as you kind of come up, you'll see there's a couple of cars parked at the motel. Um, at these handouts, see if I can drop them. So you can see those 2 cars are parked on like the roadside of the motel. There are a couple of paddle boats. I don't know why I said paddle. Like canoes that are set up right next to a dock. The dock is kind of like old and rickety looking thing, but in the long run, has some boats set out on it. And then across the lake, you can see kind of like ruins of different like brickwork and kind of like chimney that are like old stone. But as you guys are pulling up, this is where you would see a nice big glass window on the western side of the motel, and you basically side of that small sign that says vacancy. I feel like it should also probably say like Squatters Lake Motel on the north side of.
As they're driving by the cars, Max leans out and checks each one that was described, and shakes his head and wordlessly sits back in the seat.
Do you have any reason to recognize the cars, like their makes and models?
Oh, he's looking for the one that was described as what James drove, right? We have that description.
Gotcha. But that's what I mean. Like, is there any reason why Hirsch would know anything about cars beyond just that one you guys are looking? But you can at least kind of do a spot hidden go by,
Okay, yeah.
and that's assuming you guys actually drive past the motel right now.
Okay.
So as you cruise by and you're looking for, I believe it is AB 1652. I
Black
don't have the
Chrysler coupe.
Yeah, the Chrysler Coupe. These are again a green Ford Model T runabout with the pickup rear, and then a pretty much brand new yellow Buick Marquette. Neither of these seem to fit make and model of what James was driving, and neither of their license match his.
He just wordlessly shakes his head and sits back in his seat as he waits for the car to come.
How long has he been missing? 9 days, was it?
Yeah, about 9 days. I think we've got you guys around January 20th right now, and I think he would have been around the 11th.
Perhaps we should see about getting a room. Give us a bit of time to poke around.
Well, just one or two of us to ask for the room, or rooms. There are quite a few of us after all.
We can see what's available. Might be worth it talking to whoever's driving those as well. We did. James did stop here. Perhaps they saw him.
Max steps out as he lights a cigarette with a match. Before he goes, well, if he is here, then he either left his car with someone else, or somebody decided to make him drive on somewhere else. Let's hope it's the former.
Do you mind if I enter and check and see the room availability?
Stab at it.
Okay. I enter the motel and I walk up to the front desk, I would assume.
Gotcha. So on the western side of the T, that is the reception. When you walk up towards it, you'll see that there is a ramp on kind of the most northern side of the stairs, and it's just kind of like a makeshift ramp, just kind of like set up of like plywood and 2x4s, like nailed on top of what was a little bit wider of a stair. Big open, kind of like not necessarily bay window, but that's like the big open window that comes to my mind. A big open kind of like window that like stares into the actual the reception. You can see a big like stand up kind of like bar desk inside. Door to your left. You are welcome to and head on in. At present, you nobody inside of the reception.
Okay. So I walk in, and is there maybe a bell to ring, or is it just no one's there at the moment?
So as you open the door, you'll actually hear that there's a bell set to the, and the door is actually ringed. Once as you open it, and then once again as it's like pulled shut, there's just a quick little like kind of ring. There is a door directly in front of you. The desk for reception is like kind of right in front of you. To your left and to your right, the walls are covered in like old license plates. Ahead of you, there's a shotgun that kind of like sits on the wall, and two boar's heads that kind of flank it on like, and that's all behind the reception desk. But there's another little bell that's kind of sat on top of the reception desk. Otherwise, it's pretty much empty, and you're just kind of like in this little area. Let me have you roll a spot hidden for me, are you?
Okay.
Gotcha. So you kind of head inside. And you notice like not all of the license plates like are like filled on the walls. They still have some collecting to do. Before, but otherwise, you kind of like wait for a moment. How patient are you? Think you give it like a moment, like a minute before you ring the bell again, or
Yeah.
gotcha? So
I'm looking around while I'm waiting, trying to kind of take in what I see.
gotcha. Yeah. So you're kind of like 5 or so feet above like the guys. Like the actual ramps lead up to kind of like balcony like landings. Can You could all see from before. The motel itself is like raised above. You can kind of gather for flood purposes as like this side is where the water goes downhill, basically wash the motel downhill, not set up stilts here. So you just kind of like relax inside. You've got a nice little view out of the main window, and theoretically, you kind of see the guys like stretching their legs down to the south of you. Again, this picture that I now have you on is kind of weird because it is not in the right order, as north is left right now. But yeah, it's just kind of like a minute or so until you hear like the door behind the reception with a little bit of a kind of like slow squeak to it, and you see like an old like gray hair, wispy, almost bald, kind of liver spotted uh guy just kind of like steps through, and he just kind of like a little ooh, there, uh a room for one.
Actually, for more than one, if you have it available. I was waiting to meet a friend of mine here. Perhaps you've seen him. His name is James Frazer, young man.
I don't believe I have a Fraser here right now.
He did arrive quite some time before me. I'm afraid I'm running a bit on the late side.
There is a young man staying in 8. Perhaps he is who you're looking for. The other gentleman is older. I would not call him a. We have doubles, rooms with 2 singles, single or with combined bedding. How many you need? They are 50 cents.
Okay, well, let's see. Maybe the 2 doubles and a single.
Uh, and he kind of like looks real quick, and I can do room 1 is 2 doubles, room 2 is a single, and room 4 is a double bed. It's one bed you can sleep to. I don't have another 2 right.
Okay, that should be adequate. I will take those 4 rooms and then I pass him the payment.
Gotcha. It's 3 rooms. You'll be getting room 1, 2, and 4.
Gotcha. 1, 2, and 4. Okay.
So he'll kind of like pull out a little guest book, and he'll start to kind of fill it out for you. And what's your name?
My name is Geraldine.
My bad. Did you catch? He just asked you for your surname.
Thornhill.
Gotcha. So he kind of fills that out. He fills out the book and he'll close it up. Let me have you do another spot hidden.
Okay.
So if you will, not necessarily that we'll ever play these characters again, but normally playing Call of Cthulhu when you are successful with something, and I should have all of you guys notice this as well. If you were successful with something and I didn't give you a bonus die, and you don't use luck, just there's a little tick mark, I think in the southeast of those boxes that you can kind of tick. At the end of the game, it gives you an opportunity to that skill for but that is a successful spot hidden. So your spot hidden has a chance to get better after the session. I can see Maximilian. So it's just the idea. If you guys mark those down when you're successful, the first time you're successful is all that matters. But while he's kind of like opening this book and filling it out, your kind of like reporter mind is going a little, and you can see that one, there's no guests in the guest book that he's filling out. You're getting a fresh new page, and two, you can spot that there is a tear, and the previous page has been torn out of this.
Oh, okay. Hmm.
So he will set you up with keys for room 1, 2, and room 4.
Okay. I will go outside and let everyone know.
Does Jerry mention the license plates on the wall?
I do. I mention it in an air of like it's an interesting kind of decoration as opposed to like just saying, hey, there's license plates on the wall, you know what I mean?
Sure. Was AB 1652, if I recall correctly, was young Fraser's license plate. Did you happen to see that?
Would I to the keeper, would I even be able to roll like to see if I remember that? Like I know in D&D what I would roll, but is that a thing in this?
Roll. I mean, I'm just gonna throw it back to like intelligence to see if you remember it.
Okay.
So just like in your kind of like quick scan of the license plates as you went through, when he like actually re-rattles off the number to you, you don't remember seeing that plate. But I also wouldn't say this is like an assurance to you that you can memorize every single one of those license plates and walk out and then recall. So
Of course.
you definitely don't remember seeing specifically that plate. But it is the type of thing where I think that between the two of you, you guys do want to get back in reception at some point and take a better look to if there is a AB16.
Okay, so well Geraldine says, well, we'll have plenty of time to look around, and I kind of jingle the 3 sets of keys in the air, like quarterly. Say, my apologies. The best I can get is one room with a double bed. I believe it's a room with 2 double beds, and then a room with a single bed. We might have to buddy up, so to speak.
Well, of course, you'll take the single room. I don't mind sharing a bed. Won't be the first time that I've slept in hard conditions.
So just as far as that goes, like at present, you guys are looking at Geraldine having room 2. Dr. Lucas can be in room. So each of these rooms has like the actual bedding area. They all have like a nice little rug that's kind of in the central area as you open the door. They've all got 2 windows that overlook the actual patio out. They each have a shower, a sink, and a toilet inside of the actual bathroom. And then you'll notice that they all are interconnected with a lock on each side of the, so kind of like a deadbolt style of lock where it's not a pass through lock. Like if Geraldine unlocks her door to room 1, it's still locked for her to go into room 1 unless whoever is in room 1 unlocks that door for their side as well. So those doors between the room have a lock on each side. But you will notice basically that there is a door from 1 to room 2, a door from room 2 to room 3, and a from room. There's no electricity. There's an oil lamp in the bathroom and an oil lamp on a small desk that is like towards the front door. And then on the outside of the room, you can actually see that there are 4 oil lamps that kind of like hang out right next to the door into each of the rooms. And you would have spotted that there were 2 oil reception as well, right next to all the license plates on, or rather the north and the southern one. But at present, none of them are lit. You guys are here, around noonish right
I guess whenever we were just outside or whatever, smoking a cigarette or hanging out, whenever Jerry would have come back out at some point in time, I would have asked her if she noticed a payphone in the reception area.
Keeper, what I have noticed when inside. I say
now.
prayers. I didn't. Okay.
Oh, so wait, what'd you say? No?
Yeah, I think you would notice there's no power lines, there's no phone lines, nothing at all really comes um, hotel. Yeah, so rooms have hot water. Yeah, I think that's kind of what you've got at this.
With the oil lamps that reside in the bedrooms, I'm assuming that there might not be any payphones out here.
Yeah, this was back in the days before telephone. Even roadside places were unlikely to have a phone, especially in back countries.
Yes, I suppose of all places we could have stopped, this is the least likely to have a telephone.
Also, Keeper, just a note, before he goes in, Max snaps a photo of the outside front of the motel. I'm just going to let you know in case, because this is Call of Cthulhu, they might wind up being significant later.
Gotcha. So when you're taking a photo of the front of the hotel, are you like looking at reception and rooms 1 through 4, or do you think you're taking like a look from the north and you're shooting to the south and looking like the top of the
It's from outside the stairs to get, because I realized that my icon was not placed well. Yeah, he's just
Gotcha.
getting a shot of the outside front of it.
Yep, that works out perfect. So you've got like a little bit of a view of, I mean, you could get further back if you wanted, and take a shot of reception and room 1 through 4.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's trying to capture the whole front of the motel.
Oh, Geraldine, I dropped yours.
I noticed
You
those.
delete it.
Yeah, I noticed that as soon as I put it down. I'm sorry.
The powers of Cthulhu
Gotcha.
are already crawling around.
Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, you can delete whichever one. I put them specifically in there just as you guys actually said, like what room going to, kind of thing. Just to kind of like reference, like basically you'll have 2 guys in room 1 and 2 guys and then Geraldine stay in the.
Fellow at the front desk didn't happen to mention where the other folks are staying, did they? In case they want to have a chat with them.
I did ask about James under the ruse of being a friend of his and waiting for him. He did say that the only younger man here is in room 8, and I was welcome to go stop by there. He said the only other occupant was definitely not a young man.
Well, it might be worth talking to them both. Might
Perhaps.
have seen James if he stopped here, or
So do you want to head over to room 8 and knock on the door?
yeah, unless anyone objects, Dylan would start walking that way. Probably maybe stop and like I guess claim like a bed in the room 1, the one with the 2 single beds. But after that, yeah, he would plan to start heading towards room 8 from the outside.
Just from how it looks like right now, it looks like we'll have David and Dylan in. Guys are named Justin and played character name. Yeah, so both of you should be in room 1. We'll have Jerry in room 2, and then it looks like Dr. Lucas and Mr. Hurst are in room. But yeah, other than that, like for that purpose, you guys can start to move around. Are we going as a group to knock on the door for room 8, or are you guys like splitting up again?
Well, it's not like we've got much else to go on, and I believe the time for subtlety is now out the window. So I suppose we could all go as a group to room 8.
Some of us could just linger in the background, admiring the lake or what have you. Again, 5 people knocking on a door.
Yeah, so then I'll have Max. Right, that's. I'll have Max outside, just looking out over the lake, peering out at. Would you say those are rooms, cabins?
Yeah, so that's like the old settlement. It's really just kind of like ruins of like the old chimney, kind of like the brickwork that you could lay for an otherwise like log cabin kind of.
Before he goes outside, Hurst turns to Lucas and says, John, that slip of paper that said something about this place being swallowed up by a flood, didn't it?
Yeah, I don't recall that. I thought it was more that this was poor fishing, and it just sort of seemed to die out. Maybe I'm missing something, but I didn't.
He
I
shrugs.
didn't.
Max shrugs as he heads for the door as he goes, I'm going to start poking around a little bit. I'm starting to wonder why anybody would come back here. If it's so poor to begin with, you know?
I think both of you have it correct there. Handout 1, if you look under your handouts, I think it's just above your players. Well, it's under assets and then handouts above player characters. You can see that indeed the Abenaki land where Squatter's Lake is. That lake is supposedly poor hunting. There is indeed poor fishing. And then you'll see that around 1805, so about 130 years, was indeed.
I'm mostly just giving Max something to do while you guys go knock on the. He's going to go outside and poke around because now he's curious about if this place was so terrible. Why did someone come back?
Gotcha. So yeah, is anybody going with Max, or are you
If
going for?
I think Dr. Lucas is kind of enamored with Max's skills, so he'll poke along behind Max.
If you don't mind, gentlemen, I'd like to join you as well.
Well. Indeed, indeed.
So the three of you, while you guys kind of head over here, you can see that there's a couple of canoes pulled up on the shore. There is the actual docks that like leads out into the actual water. You've got a kind of clearing to the north of the motel before there's a bunch more trees that kind of come close to the lake on the north side. And then there are trees probably about like 50 or 100 feet south of you that like basically butt up between the road and the lake along that side. But you guys can kind of like start to wander around there. Were you heading specifically for the old settlement, or are you just kind of like wandering along that west side?
For now, he's wandering along the west side. He'll get to the old settlement eventually. Right now, he's stomping around the grounds, just taking a. But his end goal is the settlement.
Gotcha. So I think with three of you, what are you thinking, Dr. Lucas?
I think Lucas would, while sticking with the three of them, I think Lucas would be paying maybe particular attention to the shoreline with the thought that, drowning is always a possibility. So he's looking for any signs of shoes or clothes maybe abandoned on the side of the pond.
Gotcha. So let me have a spot hidden from all three of you, and yours can be with a bonus die for.
I want to look
Ow.
specifically for the car, is what I'm looking for.
Gotcha.
Keeper as a note. When he gets out there, Max snaps a photo of the lake from just behind the dock, looking across towards the settlement.
Gotcha. Dr. Lucas, will you click the bonus right under your roll? And I can. Gotcha. Yeah, so you guys can just kind of basically, theoretically, for now, you're just on that west side, kind of like overlook, kind of like feel for things. Again, you kind of see once you get close up to the lake that there's a little bit of a clearing where those old ruins are on the east side of kind of this kidney shaped lake. And there's a little bit of a clearing on like the south side of the lake where you can the road kind of like turns away towards Kingston. And kind of like that gives you like the lay of the land here. There's like three clearings. Otherwise, the lake and pretty much this whole area surrounded by, I forgot what kind of trees they were. I said it the first time, but you have a nice forest of hemlocks. There we go, hemlock forest. But then we jump back to Jerry and Dylan heading over to 8. Knock on the door. Are you guys going to say anything? Knock on the door, or do you wait for a response from?
Christy is currently setting out dinner for the boys. 1 second.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah. The intention. So Dylan would have like he when he raised his hand like with his kind of like fist like to almost like bang on the door to the side and then think better of it and do like a regular knock and then he would um wait for a response at first.
And I'm also back. Sorry about that, guys.
All good. So yeah, as you knock on the door, let me have you roll a, like there's a performance, it's an acting, I think. Um, yeah, acting under arts and crafts. Roll in acting. Trying not to just like bang down the.
Yeah, why is it not showing up here?
You have a natural 5% if you want to move to the left of the screen and go to the die roller.
Yeah, my arts and crafts skills are not showing up on the character thing.
Might be because they're like the character mancer has like skills tabs, combat tabs, whatnot. But yeah, 13 is really good, but it's not like exactly what it's going for. But you just hear from inside, Abraham, is that you, Abe? And like a little guy, probably like about like 5 feet tall, about 20 years old, opens up the door. You see like a big freckled face, short kind of red hair. Hey, and like the door kind of closes a little bit as he sees that you're not Abraham. Who are you? What can I do for you?
Just hoping to see if maybe you ran into a friend of ours while you're staying here. We
Your
were
friend's
supposed
missing
to be.
too?
And Dylan will kind of like definitely pause at that and kind of raise his eyebrows and he is. Who are you missing?
Gonna open up the door and like poke his head out. Looks both directions. Like, who aren't here for me? Come inside.
Dylan will indeed step through.
Does Geraldine go on in as well?
Yes.
Gotcha. So you can see this room is essentially a mirror of room 4, and this side there. This is a single bed, but it is single double bed. I don't know how, but it is a single double. And he kind of like opens up the door for you, and I was supposed to meet my friend here, Abraham, and isn't not here. But when's who's your friend missing?
Keeper, quick question. Can I roll a whatever it would be to notice that both of them have gone into the?
I'll give you guys a chance at that in a little bit here. But for right now, this is still why you guys are a little bit more focused on the lake. So he just kind of like brings you inside, and he's simply asking at this point, who's your friend? Who are you missing?
Name's James Frazer, and we'll go on to kind of give him a quick kind of physical description based on the photo we had gotten. You seen anyone like that? How long you been here? How long you been staying here, anyways?
Don't have this in my quick note. Um, Jane, I've been here a while now. 20 days, eight. It's I don't actually remember. I was supposed to meet Mr. Hickey here for New Year's, and I've been looking for him ever since. Um, 21. I've been I don't know why he's James Frazer stayed here. I think I saw him in the other room by reception. One. I think James stayed in room.
I kind of give my companion a knowing look, seeing as how one of us is staying in room one, but silently.
So here's where let's see. Let me get a spot hidden from the lake. Again, this guys start to notice they are no longer inside.
Okay, I'm sitting back down. 1 second.
Gotcha. When you have a second, and the magic man. No, I would say though, since y'all don't notice it, and there's probably something going on. You guys do notice that along like the north side of the lake, there is a gentleman who's kind of like, just kind of like laid back against the water, and he's got a fishing rod and some tackle kind of like set there. And that's kind of what like distracts you as they kind of head inside. Um, you noticing that there's somebody else at the lake right now is enough to kind of keep you noticing. Step in.
As he sees that, Hurst mutters under his breath, "Poor fishing."
So you guys can head over and speak to the person. Otherwise, what kind of thoughts do you have as you apparently fishing?
In early January too, but Hurst kind of gestures as he says, "I people's not really my thing. I mean, I can get myself out of a jam, but I'm not too good at pressing."
As I'm afraid it's not my strength either. What about you, Mr. Wilcox?
Of course, I wouldn't mind putting on a small performance. I'm very charismatic, obviously.
Well, with a name like the Magic Man, I'd certainly hope so.
Of course, it's not just a name, though. I really do know magic. And then I'll just start to walk away.
As he does so, Hurst leans over to the doctor as he says, "I mean, maybe that I've seen some weird things."
Mm, come now.
Doctor, just because there is an absence of proof does not make that proof of absence.
Well, wise words, but I've also heard it said that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
At that point, like Hurst kind of gets a very serious look on his face as he says, "What I saw in that graveyard in France in 1918, Dr. Lucas, very much convinced me that there's something not aware."
Just frowns, remembering his own experiences in morgues through the years, but says nothing.
At which point, like Hurst immediately flips the switch as he looks back and says, "Now, let us watch from afar and hope that the expert can get us some results."
So you can walk up to this guy. All of you all will quickly see that he is indeed not fishing. He has all of his fishing things there, but there is no lure or anything leading into the water. At this point, he just be kind of relaxed. relaxing, probably say 30 or so feet, you'll actually see that he does kind of like almost sit up a little bit to recognize you all walking over. And you see, generally speaking, like a little bit of kind of like dad bod action, but kind of like a pretty thick, pretty strong, like big guy. Uh, Face definitely has seen better times. He's not really somebody looker. Uh, Definitely shows signs of like being kind of like a hard life. Some like worked their way through life. Mid 40s, early 50s, dark hair, and kind of like looks up to you. Just we'll see the three of you all kind of like approaching. Probably about 30 feet away, he sits up. Probably about 20 feet away, he's standing up. Welcome, gentlemen. Day to you all.
Hello, friend. Smoke? And I'll offer him a cigarette.
Cigarettes, indeed. And he'll kind of like lean over for a light.
Of course, I think I'll join you as well. And I'll light one up too. So, are the fish biting today?
Hurst takes the cigarette, lights his own match.
He'll like reach out like after you like light a cigarette with like his big paw, and he just like goes to shake your hand. Um, Probably potentially kind of like crushing your hand a little bit with a pretty firm handshake as he introduces himself. Dunstan, Bill Dunstan. Uh, Pleasure to meet you, and like still holding your hand, waiting for you.
Max Hurst, pleasure's all mine. Trust me.
He'll reach out like his other hand to hers and kind of like shake off with you. He's still holding like the Magic Man's hand right now, like waiting for his name kind of thing. But he will go through and introduce all of you in proper order.
Of course,
Looking
it's
back,
nice to meet you. I'm David Wilcox.
looking back to the fish after like introduction, Dr. Luke. Well, he's not like ignoring anything. Kind of like looks back and um, maybe like leans over and takes like a little twig from like the side of the lake here, and he'll like throw the twig towards the water, and you see as it like splashes onto the top of the water, there's like a little like sheen, like purples and blue, and water seems a bit oily. I don't imagine that any fish could live in it. I really have a heart to cast. I don't know if I and Um, I don't know if I would even if I did catch any.
Yes, that is quite a phenomenon indeed. Definitely wouldn't eat it even if you did catch anything. Oil. I'm just sort of like thinking out loud strangely.
Sensing that maybe he needs to come to the rescue, Max kind of like comes up with the idea. Anybody know where the lake feeds from? A creek, a river? Maybe it's at the source.
I've walked around the lake. I imagine if it's not just rainwater, it's spring. There doesn't seem to be anything.
Bummer. Says Max, not really sure what else to say to that.
We're like pretty close to the water ledge right now, or water edge.
Yeah. He's basically sitting like right next to the lake as if he were fishing. He just never actually like cast in.
So like David now, after having like thought for a minute and just sort of dipped out of the awkward conversation, he's gonna just start walking to the water and bend down and just like put a little in between his fingers and take a closer look. And as I'm walking away, I would say it's easy to hide a person, not so easy to hide an automobile.
Roll a spot hidden.
Just him or all of us?
Right now, just the med.
Copy.
Can I push this?
You can definitely push it.
I'd like to take a chance.
You have that already it? Like you already rolled the push there and you failed again?
Oh wait, no, did I say the wrong thing? What's the one where I like spend points to make it pass?
Okay. Using luck, you could burn 3 luck. And you would permanently lose that luck and you can make it a 40 of a push is normally like one, you have the choice of like telling me something really bad that you think should happen if you fail it again. Um, but normally, yeah, I think there's gonna be a way that you actually like adjust your luck to show that you burned it. That's not a luck. But like if Dr. Lucas burned 3 luck, your luck would go down to 4 forever after. Um, Same way. So like if you burn 3 luck, your luck will go down to 4.
Oh, that's my bad. Yeah, I was like trying to click it to see if I could edit it. Maybe if you go all the way to the right.
I think to edit your character, you need to go into your character sheets and click damn it, I went too far. And click the edit mode, and then you should be able to reduce your luck points down to 4.
Oh, awesome. Got it. Thank you. Great description.
Um, so yeah, you can make that a success. Yeah, if you were gonna push it, like pushing though is essentially like turning it into you either pass it or there is an automatic critical failure as if you rolled. Like if you roll a skill that you have 50% or lower in, a critical fail is I believe 96 and above. If you have a skill that you have like above 50% in, critical failures are I think 99 and above. Um, but it's just one of those things where like normally a critical failure is a very minute chance. It's 1 out of 100 kind of things. But a push roll makes it like automatic. You're either going to pass that with a normal, or you're going to get a critical fail.
But it's just a reroll, right? With the push.
Yeah. Push it, and you also can't use luck once you push. Like it's the exact roll.
Okay,
Uh,
yeah. I just said the wrong thing. I definitely want to use luck because I was so close.
Turning the 43 into a 40 makes it into a success. As you kind of reach down into the water, like you can't really see much more than a few into this water. It's dark, it's grimy, and it's not really clear like you would think of like a spring lake. And just kind of like reaching down, you can feel the like oily kind of film on your fingers, and just in kind of touching the top of the water, there's a little bit of like this dark black oil that's on your fingers as well. And yeah, there's something is heavily polluting this.
Can
Uh,
Lucas get in on this action?
I'm actually gonna leave you guys, but what were you thinking when you said get in on that action?
He has a good skill in sciences, chemistry.
Gotcha. Yeah. So that's where right now I'm gonna leave you guys.
Yep.
And you guys can like start to like plan what you're gonna do as I pop back to the other two, who are speaking, with. I don't think you guys asked his name. Back with the gentleman and roommate. So we've got Geraldine and uh Dylan here. What are you all thinking?
I'm gonna ask the gentleman saying, so you're waiting on a friend who's also late by a good week at least? If I understand what you said correctly?
Uh, 3 weeks ago, we were supposed to meet for New Year's. I don't know where to go. I'm supposed to meet here. Might have gone back. I don't couldn't. He might have gone back to his family in Salem, but I don't think there's any way he could have gone back. I don't think Salem was a place to go. Abraham should be here. Not leaving this place without Abe.
Oh, I understand. We are looking for someone as well, so I understand exactly what you mean.
Imagine you must have drove here as one of those two cars out front. Yours, Abe's, and sorry, don't think we actually caught your name. I'm Dylan. This is Jerry.
I'm Jacob. I've been disowned, so my last name isn't really mine anymore. But Jacob Trent. It's good to meet you. Um, I know there's two more people who are staying in the motel right now, and they've got cars. Um, I think it's the woman and the man who are staying next to me here. In 6 and 7. Um, I really the first people I've spoken to. I've just been kind of waiting and expecting for Abe to show up. I haven't really been going around to speak to many people. Met Frazer that first day because he was a big guy and kind of had that personality. But yeah, I really, I didn't, I got a ride here. I, I was supposed to meet up with Abe. Abe should be. No, he should. Gonna make it.
Well, we might be here for a bit, so I suppose we could keep an eye out. Why don't you tell us what this Abe looks like, and otherwise, we should probably be getting back. And he'll kind of look towards Jerry, in case she has other questions.
No, but I agree. If you tell us what he looks like, I'd be happy to keep an eye out as well.
I'm gonna go ahead and say that Jacob describes Abe.
that
I
that
don't
works
think I
for me.
actually have a description offhand of Abe, so I'm gonna say you got like about a 21-year-old, maybe a little bit bigger of a guy, where Jacob is a little bit smaller. Um, go for like a classic kind of dark hair. Abraham name is like,
Was it A Hickey?
yeah, Hickey. I was gonna say, I don't even have him like specifically in my NPC notes.
It was
So
it
Abe
was more
Hickey
just
sounds
a
about right. Just like kind of like, yeah, he gives you basically familiar, like similar age as him, dark hair, bigger build, but in the long run, like to say, Jacob describes Abe is sufficient.
yeah. It was more because I figured that's something we would we would ask about, but otherwise he's ready to. Dylan is ready to get back to the others and kind of let them know that this guy did indeed says he saw Frazier, and seems like maybe there's something more going on here. So he's thinking we should go get the let the others know what we've found out.
So you two head back outside. Let me have the two of you roll. Are you there, Christy? Can you roll a spot hidden?
Yes, I got you.
We have three boys that continually crawl over, asking.
Oh, I got you. I kind of figured it was definitely perfect time to get distracted.
Oh,
Absolutely
absolutely.
a perfect time to get distracted.
But theoretically, this is, I mean, I'll still deal with that once you roll it. But this is kind of jumping back to the other three guys here, with I already forgot his name, Bill Dunstan, and basically just excellent. Yeah, so you guys kind of step out to the motel, and you don't really see the other guys like they were meandering around in this area. You don't see them on the dock. You don't see them across the lake. At this point, it's kind of the thing that they're just blocked by like northeastern side of the hotel. So You got a sense that there's probably another person who's staying in like room 3, or you no, I think he said next to me. So you have a solid sense that there's somebody staying in room 6 and 7, basically north of you, but I'll be back to you. But Dr. Lucas just saw as the magic man kind of like wiping this like oil that he like just kind of got touching the surface of the lake. So you wanted to do like a little bit of like a chemistry, just kind of like reaching in and find. Um, you can go for that, but there is more to say about chemistry being something where you would actually be like pulling out like a medical kit in your car and maybe like collecting a sample to work on later versus learning anything.
So that's an either or.
Well, it's not even necessarily an either or, but I feel like to say a chemistry role is more
Yeah,
something where you're going to do science. Kind of
yeah.
like a library use will tend to be a check that's like 4 hours long to like visit a library. Two of you went to the library, so you guys did it in 2 hours. Versus like, doing chemistry is a lot longer of a time frame versus like just kind of bending over, spot hidden, give you a chance to maybe notice something. But I would say like chemistry, if that's what you want to do, I'd say you have like a little vial or like a test tube on you. Collect a little bit of the water here, and you can do like a chemistry test later.
Sounds good. Let's go for that. Let's see what the boys back at the lab have to say about this.
Gotcha. And I don't think there's really a better skill for actually like do, but that's kind of my take on like the sciences versus just like observational. You could do you have a natural world right now though? The three of you could do a
Let's.
natural world at the edge of the
No,
lake.
not my not my
A basic.
forte.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's close. I think it's a 96 that
You don't say, it's not your forte.
So I guess while we're kind of down at the lake, looking at the water, if we could do just like a quick back and forth, also.
No, yeah, that's what I mean. You guys have the focus right now. So if you have any other questions for him, you're right there. You don't necessarily have to be testing the water.
We
Hurst,
did see some nice cars out. Go ahead.
I was gonna say Hurst actually turns to our erstwhile fisherman, uh, and says, "So, I suppose you're probably gonna be moving on soon, then, friend. Can't imagine much around here, right?"
Uh, Roll either a persuade or a fast talk on that one.
I was waiting to use fast talk.
Gotcha. Yeah. So this is a fast talk's perfect for. So this isn't necessarily like you're trying to trick him. That's where fast talk kind of sits. But that is kind of the thing where this guy um has what is kind of a weird little thing going on. And real quickly, you kind of like dig right to the heart of the matter, and this guy's gonna get like a little bit vulnerable, like real quick, as he kind of like recognizes like I just split up with the missus. I tend to stay here so I can be close by in case she changes her mind, but I don't really have anywhere to go fishing. Just a hopeful bonus to being stuck out here in the wilderness. Just and he just kind of like is rambling on, but effectively this is somebody who's in the process of a 1930s divorce and basically being home as living up with his.
At this point, Hurst actually steps over to him, kind of like leaning in a little bit, puts a hand on his shoulders. He goes, "Believe me, friend, I understand what it's like to leave everything behind. Uh, I apologize for asking. It was more curiosity than anything else. Or asking about the area than your personal affairs. I didn't mean to offend.
Yeah, and I feel like that's a solid chance for it to be just as much almost like a soldierly kind of like brotherhood of war kind of thing. Kind of brings that out of him. Um got his background kind of has him a little bit more of a fighter. So it's definitely like that's kind of where I see him a little bit opening up than is far more than likely to actually happen in say a typical 1930s. But yeah, he'll definitely kind of like open up to that and just kind of like shaking it off after like a moment of vulnerability. He kind of like looks back to I think it was Hirsch who actually asked about the car, and he's like, but if you want to talk automobile, that's my and he kind of like puffs out his like suit jacket a little bit, straightens up the collar a little bit. It's my nice little yellow 1930 um Marquette, Buick Marquette out there. She's a beaut, and maybe only half of why we're split up. Maybe I shouldn't. It's a beautiful car. You've got to admit it's a beautiful car.
Oh, indeed, it is a beautiful car, friend. And I must admit that I've ridden on more trains than I have automobiles. I'm a little bit of a throwback that way. But I can appreciate good machinery when I see
Trains are a mode of transportation. They are.
it. Let's leave it
You
at that, shall
not
we?
live in a true luxury until you feel the actual power going 30 miles an hour. Well, not on these dirt roads, but every once in a while you can actually accelerate to a nice speed. Whew, you can go places. Not where
I
the track's going to lead.
nope. I will admit that cars can take you everywhere else that a train cannot go. I gotta tell you though, if there's one car that I wouldn't mind owning, it's a. No, I've heard great things about.
For my clarification, the coupe's going to be a hardtop, right? Versus like a convertible.
Let me check.
I feel like that sounds about
Yeah, yeah, I think that's it. Um, maybe Lucas pitches in. Wasn't it Chrysler coupes that you were particularly interested in, Max?
Chrysler coupes. Thank you very much. You see, this is how little I know about cars. I always need a little bit of help to remember. I've heard stories. You see, that's why I want it so bad. It's because I've always heard of it, but I've never been behind the wheel.
young lady next to me. She's got another convertible. I think it's B. I don't know much about them Chryslers. I was quite partial to Buick. Just because I'm gonna bullshit it, I'm gonna say that Buick is from around here. Buying local. We're gonna call it Chrysler somewhere else. As he doesn't really know.
Hearst kind of like shrugs it off as he goes, I mean, I've heard that, sure. Said that she's got a T? You can't go wrong with Ford.
Yeah, the little lady must have got it used or something. She doesn't seem to have the wealth to really explain how she's driving in on her own car, but it's appreciated the beating that's got it into her pocket.
Well, so far as we can tell, that just basically means that she's either had it for a while or she picked it up from someone else. But that doesn't really stand up much when we look at just how much love you've put in the machine. It's beautiful.
Um,
I'll see if I
oh,
can drop that in there, but what were you thinking there? I was
I was gonna change the subject with Mr. Dustin. So if that conversation peters out, I'll start up.
Yeah, I don't have anything from him. He
Feel free to. At this
doesn't
point, I'm
really
just
have
fast
any.
talking.
Yeah, he doesn't really have any reason to appreciate why you guys would about a coupe.
Yeah, at this point, I'm just fast talking to try to subtly distract from the fact we're looking for someone.
Mr. Dustin, Dr. John Lucas, MD. I couldn't help but notice the ramps around the hotel. Uh, a rather curious construct. Do you know if there's an invalid in the vicinity, perchance?
The brothers, the older of the brother, I can't keep up with them. I think one's William and one's Robert. I think Robert's one in the wheelchair. William's the one who'd been taken care of. I don't know for sure, but one of them, yeah, is invalid.
Yes, of course, that makes sense. I wonder if they get good medical care out here, or perhaps I could offer my services just to make sure that he's getting the proper care. It can be quite a problem out here, as you say, in the wilderness.
I don't know much about your services, but if there's one thing I know about the Brophies, they are not getting medical.
I'm not sure I understand.
Have you met William or Robert?
I've not had the pleasure.
If you call it pleasure when you meet them, you'll understand pretty quickly. They've they've seen better times, and I wouldn't say those times were. And he just kind of like looks at his wrist. Maybe like he goes to like pull like a watch out of his like waist um pocket, and he like looks at the watch. Probably about 50 or 60 years. And with that, we're going to pop back to the hotel with the other two as they step out onto the porch. And again, you're like 5 or so feet above the actual ground, looking over the lake ahead of you. Can't quite see the others who are out to the north, but you can basically see most of the lake from where you're looking at. What would Dylan and Jerry like to do?
Dylan's going to look to Jerry and kind of like looking, not spotting the others at the moment. Feel like knocking on another door, or we go see where the our friends got off to.
Christy again, is she away?
No, I'm here. Can you repeat that?
Gotcha. Do you have a thought on looking for the rest of your group or knocking on more doors?
Um, so I asked him what he wants to do. So it might seem odd if we knocked on people's doors with, 5 or 6 of us there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Sorry, I was trying to recount how many people are here. You want to knock on more doors first before we go look for them, or do you think we should go look for them?
Well, so I'm sure they're fine. Whatever they're doing, while we're here, might as well. And Dylan's going to, with that, will head towards I guess the next room.
I believe it was room 6 and 7. Yes.
Gotcha. So yeah, you could head over to room 7 and knock on the door there.
Yep, and I think Dylan will do the same thing, like knock on the door and kind of wait to see if there's any response.
One moment, please. Just one moment. After like kind of like 30 seconds, a minute goes by, you hear like a voice like from the other side of the door now. Just like almost mouth up to the door, like ear at the door. Uh, who is it? What do you need?
Just hoping to talk to you for a moment. Looking for one of our friends. Thought maybe you'd seen him. Must have been staying here.
Do pretty similar, kind of like almost like paranoid kind of feeling like look as she like opens the door, kind of like not necessarily like putting her full like head out, but like looks around at the two of you and come inside. And this is just kind of like a curly hair, like freckled young woman who maybe like around like mid 20s, very early 30s, if she's in third decade. Um, I mean, like this kind of dates the actual module, but they call her a mulatto, but she's just a little bit kind of fair skin of a darker girl, but otherwise just kind of like belays the fact that one of her parents is white, one of her parents is black. Her clothing is all pretty nice. but shows signs of where it's like frayed from age. And kind of see other signs where like perhaps she's mended it to keep going. You can pretty much tell that like among the things that distracted her for those 30 seconds or like put on some perfume. She kind of like is still like almost like I think crimping her hair is kind of the like word for it. She's kind of like preparing herself to look proper, but like otherwise invites you all in as a single. Otherwise invites you guys in. In general, pretty similar thing. Uh, little rug, center of the room, little nightstand with a lamp on it. Bathroom, single bed.
Okay.
Had your friends gone missing? How can I help you with the friend? I'm sorry to hear that.
He's a young gentleman by the name of James. I was wondering if perhaps you might have seen him at some point during your stay here. It probably would have been about 9 or so days ago.
I think I've been here for maybe 3 or 4 days. I've been driving down from Newburysport, and I just needed a good rest before I finished my way to Boston, and I stayed here. I don't, I'm staying here because the price is right, but I think I'm leaving in the morning. I don't like the feel of this lake.
You were just staying here for a rest, but you stayed for 3 or 4 days instead of just overnight?
I was afraid that if I go much further, start going to places that are going to charge me a lot more than $1 for the.
Have you stayed in your room mostly? Like, meaning, have you went out and walked around at all? Met anybody else? Perhaps maybe you saw a friend and just didn't realize that's who he was?
I don't I won't leave my room at night. I don't like the light, strange lights around the lake at night. I don't really care to venture out there and see. It's enough to keep the shutters closed so I don't have to stare at the lake. But no, I don't go won't go outside at night. I think the hotel's got some rats as well. There's a lot of noise coming in from down below. I think it's filled with rats. I just don't want to deal with any of the creatures in the night here.
Keeper, a quick question. What time of day is it?
At this point, you guys are looking kind of like towards early afternoon, kind of thing. Like say like
Okay.
Uh, you said you think you've been here 3-4 nights. Trying to remember, which is it? Because Dylan is thinking the first guy we talked to also seemed to have a rather hazy recollection of just how many days he'd been here. He's thinking maybe there's some sort of pattern in there.
I'm gonna say right off the bat, for one, a good bit of that was me delaying it while I actually looked for their actual days that they checked in.
Okay.
And also trying to guess because I think I roughly said we're going for January 20th. I think that generally works, but like January 18th fits correctly for Fraser being here 9 days. So that's why I kind of have a built-in gray space simply because I think it makes more sense to say we're on the 18th. But when I just assumed, I guessed the 20th before I looked at these dates. So that's kind of where some of that vagary is. I think it is perfectly fine for your character to have a weird sense of these people don't know how long they've been.
That's what
That's
I was just
all.
saying.
That there's, I think, right now with you two having questioned two of these people, there's something about nighttime that like they're not getting a full night's sleep, and it's one of those things where your body starts to forget what day it is, and they're basically starting to forget like when they got here, what day it is. Like, to me, Jacob Trent being here for 21 days waiting for Abe, there's something big missing in this kid of why he's waiting 20 plus days. Been here for 3 weeks waiting for somebody that he was supposed to meet at New Year's. Um, and that's one of those things where I feel like that's kind of where we definitely pick up on there's something mentally about these people who they just kind of like lose track of the time.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I was yeah, thinking of. And then I think I misread. I thought that James had phoned his father from the motel to say he was dead tired, but it sounded like he did that before. So, but I was thinking like, yeah, there's
That's
something
one of those
about this
things.
place.
That's one of those things I feel like the module is kind of just poorly written there. Because I'm not sure where James is supposed to phone his father from on the way when it's like a 2 mile drive. Blows my mind. But I feel like it's the type of thing that's part of why I like the idea of there's that little market that you guys stopped at the first sign. That there's like a sign that says there's a motel ahead. There's a little general goods store. You can use a phone, and that's probably the phone James used to call his dad. And that's the place where James last called his dad, right before pulling into this place.
I feel like our groups gotta get together again and compare some notes.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely got some good clues there. Like, assuming once everybody's all back together and we kind of just like share everything that we learned there, definitely some nice leads.
Yeah, I think probably we're looking at. You guys have anything else to say to? I'm gonna say Jenna. That is the wrong name. Sarah. And then do you have anything to say to Bill? But I feel like it's kind of like ready for you guys to rejoin.
Yeah, I had one question. Obviously, the car is already very cramped with 5 people. Could you fit a sixth in there? The only reason I'm asking is because if it was like possible, and it sounds like Jenna, like she hasn't left, but she doesn't really like staying here. And if we if we ended up leaving and continue on to Kingsport, it sounds like I think we're going to be staying here to kind of investigate more. But it'd be the kind of thing that you know, if there's any way to fit another person to offer to if we maybe we could drop her off somewhere, kind of thing.
My bad. I don't think you guys like fully know this yet. But when you guys get everybody back together and you're sharing information, Sarah Bonner, who you're talking to, is the person who owns the blue Ford pickup.
Oh, okay.
Got the runabout.
Gotcha.
But one of the things that I've seen about like the Chrysler Coupe is like what we would call the trunk actually like opens up almost like a suicide door, and I think that's where the other people would sit in that car. Like that's probably a 2+2, and it's like a back seat's like outside of the main car. And I think it would be actually kind of the same for how like Dunstan's car is, where like the back seat is actually like in front of that luggage. There's a similar trunk space, and you like open up the trunk, and like the back seat is outside of the top of the car.
I believe that was called a rumble seat.
Damn, I did not know that it had a name, but that makes so much sense. You're like on the outside of the axle, you would probably get thrown about so hardcore, even with a modern suspension.
Yeah, I like that you provided the visual aids. It helps with immersion.
But yeah, other than that, Dylan does not have any more questions for Jenna. So unless Jerry does, he'd probably suggest uh, going and looking to hook back up with the others.
Do we have Matt and Christy back right now?
You've got me. Chrissy's in the other room.
Gotcha. So theoretically, we're just ending their conversation. I don't think there's any reason that we couldn't go to the three of you who are here. Do you have anything else to speak with Bill Dunstan about at present?
Not presently, right now. Um, Hurst would probably bid him good day and then continue on his expedition.
I think I would just ask one more time what room he was staying in case we didn't catch it yet.
6, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I've actually shared it with him, but I don't think he has any reason to try to hide that he is indeed in room 6.
Oh wow, I was just guessing.
Well, I think that's part of the information that the other two have. Um, but like personally, I mean, unless something has to be a secret, I don't want to keep it from you because usually like mysteries and like solving problems, I want like everybody using all of their brains. Um, like meta knowledge is a good thing to keep mind of, but like if it's the type of thing that somebody's holding the whole group back because they don't want to be meta about hearing something like that can like just stop an entire game for just like understanding like give everybody else a chance to figure it out and then eventually like solve the problem.
All right then.
But yeah, I
When
think
we get together, I'd like to raise an issue about room numbers and counts when the group's all together.
so. At present, Maximilian is looking to continue on to the east and going past Bill Dunstan. Are Magic Man and Dr. Lucas turning back, or are you going to follow and continue with Maximilian?
Oh, I think we'll definitely stick together, but perhaps Lucas glances back to the hotel to see if there's any sign of the others.
You can do another spot hidden.
Could take us quite a while to make our way around the lake, gentlemen. Don't think that we should touch base with the rest of our comrades first?
We could. I just wanted to go and get the lay of the land real quick. I understand that he glances up at the sky. Yeah, we're running out of sunlight. But came out here for a quick purpose, and I'd at least like to take a quick scan around if I can. He looks over to his left, by the way. These are hemlock trees, right? That was specified in the note.
Yeah, I believe this whole forest is essentially hemlock.
Building or burning. An oily lake that can't get fish in it. Pretty much on a route that no one in their right mind would ever stop on. Why would anybody set up a motel here?
There's
Well,
still. Oh, go ahead.
no, you go ahead.
There's still plenty of light left. It only took us a couple of minutes to walk over here. Let's pop back real quick and see if they're making any progress, and then we can continue around all together.
Max mulls it over for a second before he nods and says, Indeed, we can always go back tomorrow or later.
It'll give us
As
a
they
few minutes. It'll give us a few minutes to talk as well. I'm sure we've all noticed a couple of things, and I'd like to share some that I noticed.
All right. So Dr. Lucas, I will say, whenever they step out of Miss Bonner's room 7, I think that's a good time for you to recognize that they're on like the porch out there. But I do want Mr. Hirsch. Can you roll a listen? And specifically make this a hard listen, so a half value. While you're kind of like walking around the north side.
Hard listen, and I failed hard. Max gets a little too introspective at times, and as a result, he winds up getting stuck in his own thoughts. So for a moment, that brief moment of fate, he is too distracted to turn his ears. may have been out there for him.
Is Christy still away from the computer?
No, I'm here. I'm sorry. I didn't hear you say anything.
Oh no, you're good. So yeah, for now we're basically jumping back to the two of you. If you have any other questions for Miss Bonner, otherwise at present, the other three are kind of like returning, and theoretically they're noticing whenever it is you step out of room 7.
Okay, so we step out of the room as they're returning, so we see each other, right?
Well, my point is though is to give you and Dylan, in case Jerry or Dylan had any other questions for her. Um, I'd like to stop on a break and give you that opportunity in case you thought of anything while you were.
Okay, let me see.
Oh boy, now you got her thinking.
Let's stop.
No.
Okay, ma'am. So you said you were here just for a rest. That is correct. Will you be on your way soon? It was a pleasure meeting you.
Pleasure to meet you as well. And I do believe I'll be heading out this morning. One more night of Creepy Lake, and I'll leave it behind me and off to Salem.
So about the noises you say that you heard under the floor, though, I was wondering. We're going to be staying here as well, and what kind of noises did you hear? Rats are kind of spooky to me.
Yeah, I just think that they're maybe climbing up the lattices and falling and screeching and screaming. It's just a lot of noise, and the lights of the lake. I thought it would be more peaceful, and I just not finding it so.
That is curious indeed. I personally don't have any more questions from her. I think it's obvious that something is definitely going on here. So
Yeah, Dylan will, basically he'll be like, well, safe travels when you head out, and then yeah, he's also ready to step out.
My apologies. I don't know why my Bluetooth connecting tables sound, and I miss that. Doesn't make the sound where. What did again? My apologies. Both Jerry and Dylan just say.
So Dylan just basically said, like, told her essentially, like, safe travels when, if she leaves, but otherwise he's ready to go.
Gotcha. Were there any questions for me, or were they otherwise just kind of advice?
Not from me, no.
Gotcha. So theoretically, if you guys didn't ask her any other questions there, you guys can step out onto the porch. That is again as the others are kind of heading back towards the Squatters Lake Motel. You guys can meet back up and convene together if you would like to head to your room, have a discussion. If you want to just meet up and walk around and make your way to the settlers camp, it's up to you guys to kind of decide as you share what each party learned and on from there.
Sorry, I had to step away for a minute. Weren't we on our way back? Us three guys, weren't we on our way back to the motel?
Yeah, that's what I mean. You guys were basically turning back, and Dr. Lucas noticed them coming out of 7 as you were.
Aha, indeed.
So yeah, I think I would definitely encourage us to walk around the lake and like converse rather than doing it in our rooms, just being like paranoid that we could be overheard.
Nothing wrong with a stroll out in the wilderness. Why not?
I agree. I believe there's some sights to see out there that we might just want to see.
We could cover quite a bit of ground while we share our notes, so we're both moving forward but also catching up.
As we walk, Dr. Lucas counts off in his fingers. There are 8 rooms. We take 3, leaving 5. From what we've heard, Miss Bonner drives the Model T, and she's in another, leaving 4. Bill Dunstan, the yellow Buick. Now, as I And then there are the Brophy brothers. Now, don't know if we asked if they were the proprietors or not, but there are at least two others, and my impression is that they're the proprietors. I believe that leaves rooms 3 and 8, but you'll recall that the person at reception said that no rooms were available. So there are still a few guests unaccounted for. What do you make of my math?
Or there are a couple of rooms that are turned towards some other purpose, and the proprietors don't wish us to know that.
You might recall that Jerry heard there were no other rooms with two beds.
With that, Max continues on with the logic, however, as he says, "Can I ask you something? Look around. Do you see any storage sheds? Do you see any place for things such as, oh, I don't know, food, lantern oil, perhaps spare papers, or I don't know, bed sheets and linens? That makes me wonder where they're stashing it all."
Ron contemplates the motel, and also Max's earlier questions about who would build such a motel in this godforsaken spot. How old is this motel?
I believe this hotel is gonna be, say, mid 19th century, so 60 to 70 years old. Um, I think it is viable to say that it might go so far back as the being replaced after the 1808 flood, but I think that's a little bit too much of a stretch. But I think mid 1850s, solid way. Um, but with your questions here, I think you guys have walked around the place to at least have a little bit of an understanding about the rest structure here. Show you the actual general map. Access this without me taking you to the map screen. But it basically allows you to see that they have living quarters behind reception. And the Brophy brothers have a bedroom like to themselves there. You basically can understand that room 1, the room with the double beds, as is room 5, 6 and 7 are singles, and then rooms 4 and 8 have the double bed. And that's kind of the structure to allow you to like kind of recognize. And don't have it labeled there, but you guys have walked around the back of the hotel on the lakeside to see that they have a little bit of like a workshop for like repairs and whatnot. And I think it's also safe to say, while there's probably storage in there, there's probably storage in their living quarters. And I think it would make sense to say that there's probably storage underneath the hotel as well.
Max notes the back of the motel and points and says, "Ah, here we are. A bit more evidence to suggest what's going on here." Isn't like noting the extra parts of the motel are likely where his question is answered.
Nonetheless, I think your instinct that there's something off about this place is right. I find this business of both the residents who were spoken to as losing track of time. There's something very, very odd going on here. I think, yeah. Well, I can't put a rational cause behind it, but nonetheless, I have a feeling there's more here than meets the eye.
Oh, you're certainly correct on that, good sir. Can't imagine why anybody would stay here without electricity, without heating, and without any of the accoutrements of a modern society when they could just drive to Kingsport or up to Arkham.
And no one seems to know how long they've actually been here.
I've had a hazy day here and there, sort of night or 3 of drinking, but this seems like something else. And did Jerry share because I think she had noticed, right, that there seemed to be a page ripped out of the guest book when she had checked in?
Unless Christie specifically does not want to share that, I would say that is public.
Did she say anything about the license plates? Something just
I
occurred.
did say something about the license plates. None of us have gone back to double check it any more thoroughly, though. And for the sake of role playing purposes, I didn't say it out loud, but I'll say, "Oh, by the way, I remember the login book where the person at the service desk writes down the names and the occupants of the hotel. The page prior to the one he was writing in was ripped out of the book."
And he told you he had no Frazer staying here, but our new friend whatever his name was, he says he saw him. There's something odd.
Oh, definitely. And the lady we spoke with also said that the lake glows, and the glow is so basically uncomfortable that she has to close her shutters at night, and she hears rats. But when I questioned further about the rats, she mentioned that she hears them crawling up the building, falling down, thudding, and screeching along the way. That doesn't sound like any rat I've known.
Hearst kind of like glances over at you for a second before he clears his throat and mentions, and he actually audibly lowers his voice. And like Dr. John actually saw this earlier, but now you guys see the more serious edge of him as he goes, "When I was over in France, 1917, I saw trench networks that stretched underground, tunnels that you literally could not hear if you were standing on top of them, entire complexes built into the earth, things that could resist shell fire, earthquakes, floods. Is it any stretch of the imagination to say that maybe there could be some kind of construction under the motels of similar means?
So, underground trenches, you say?
Underground tunnels? Maybe we've stumbled on something a bit more sinister than just a missing heir."
Yes, yes, the tunnels. I'm sorry. That's exactly what I meant. Interesting. Whenever there's a rational explanation for something that would otherwise appear supernatural, I'm always inclined to go with the former.
Let's not get too carried away here. Sure, there's a natural explanation, unsettling perhaps, but
Hearst clears his throat as he returns to his jolly, joyful self before. He says, "Oh, certainly, of course, but one of us has to play devil's advocate, the radical, after all."
Of course. So I think what we need to do is stay here for the night and do some investigating. We'll need, of course, some various tools, a form of light, some other things, I'm sure.
Hearst like fumbles around in his canvas bag before he pulls out an electric torch. He flicks the switch on and off a few times as he says, "Perhaps this will help."
If I may
Well,
interrupt you here, I'm sorry, Larry. Give me one moment. Which direction do you think you all fancy yourselves walking around the lake this time? You return to the north, or do you head south and go to a tree, follow it like inside of the tree?
I vote south because nothing against him. He seems like a good guy, but perhaps we don't want to be going near Bill while we're having this conversation.
Of course, I'm inclined to agree. And you know that if we do start walking that way, we'll just get caught up talking to him again. Same conversation, a waste of time.
Gotcha. While you guys head into the hemlocks on the south side, can I have two of you roll tracking? Who would like to lead the group when you kind of lose sight of everything and head into?
I've got pretty good tracking skills.
Not me.
Actually, if I may, I wouldn't mind. I'm looking for some tire tracks. I have a feeling that they're hiding the evidence in the lake.
So sounds good to me. If I can have Dylan and Magic Man roll tracking as you guys walk into that tops of tree.
I'm gonna burn some luck to make that a success.
Gotcha. Do one luck.
Yeah.
And how about from the Magic Man? Can you roll yours?
Magic Man!
Yeah, I don't know what. Am I on the wrong screen again? How do you get back over to the roll screen? I think I'm on the one where you change your attributes.
Top right, if toggle that little switch from edit and turn it off, that should let you roll.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't figure out what I was doing there. My bad.
Alrighty. So yeah, as you guys um so yeah, as you guys are moving along and kind of continuing through these trees, I just figured out what something is on the actual map. I think it's absolutely idiotic that they're put there. So I'm gonna go ahead and say you do indeed notice tire tracks to the north of the pier while you guys are walking. I can't believe they're just on the map.
Those
But
are
those
tire
tire
tracks? I
tracks,
thought those were
yeah,
boats.
no, those are definitely. It's I don't imagine why they're there on the map. I think it's a mistake because
What?
they're not even hidden on um the GM's map. It's like the map. But
Say,
I'm
has
gonna go
anyone else
ahead.
noticed those enormous ruts over there?
Yeah, I think it's safer to say I'm gonna place them on like the south side, like near the actual pier, and go with that idea. That they're disposing. You can see tire tracks leading into the lake. While you guys are walking down here. But among that also, you guys see it while you're like actually kind of like crossing trees and coming out the other side. So I think the place where I'd like to say see tire tracks is say down here. So you almost spot signs that maybe somebody moved the car down here, came up from the south, and disposed of them on the other side of this tops of.
Okay.
I've been looking. I got this module like a week ago or something. I noticed when Roll20 gave it away, and that little symbol, something that I've been trying to figure out for the longest time, and it just connected the dots. That I think they meant those tire tracks. I would have erased them by now if I had noticed that.
Remember, do not show the players this little hint.
They never said.
But yeah, I think it's solid to say when you guys head to the south here, you do indeed find a like safe little path through those trees. You can see signs of basically foot traffic that lead you through. Essentially, it's like finding a game trail, one of those things where Dylan is able to spot like there's just an easier way pass through the trees rather than fighting it, letting the actual like flow of nature taking you through the trees and like right around. I don't suppose those trees just stop. I like the idea that they're a little more scattered and inside of the tree cover, but where the trees are a little more scattered, where you'll spot the tire.
Once again, another rational explanation for what could otherwise have appeared supernatural. The lights that she said she was seeing at night, perhaps they were the headlights of the automobile it was being submerged.
Max turns and looks north across the lake, sort of doing a little bit of math in his head before. About how deep would you say this body of water would be?
I honestly don't know. I'm not even sure if it's man-made, but with the amount of oil that we noticed in the water, I'm not sure if we shared that earlier. Perhaps a couple of automobiles could have tainted it.
That's certainly a good explanation. Engine oil seeping out of the blocks. But would they have gone into the deeper water to conceal them completely?
I would imagine if you got a little bit of a running start and, assuming that it gets deeper towards the center, you really wouldn't. I mean, the water is very dirty and murky. It wouldn't have to be but a few feet under to hide a car.
Any of the locals in this group think of themselves as like fishermen or fisherwomen? I think Max is the one who's from Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
My father
got a
would fish,
swim
but I wouldn't.
20.
Okay, what were you saying, Christy?
I'm sorry. I was saying that my father would have been a fisher, but likely not me.
Do you think he would have taken you out fishing as a child?
Oh yeah, definitely.
can I have you roll an idea roll? I
An
think that
idea.
might be intelligent, but there might be an actual idea. Yeah, maybe intelligence, but I was thinking about the idea roll. Solid. Extreme success. So I'm gonna go ahead and say that you know from your father that some of these lakes, natural bodies of water, along these like hilly mountains, some of these things are incredibly, vastly deep, and it doesn't require them being a big body of water. I think this is say like 950 to walk around the circumference. It's a pretty small lake, but you guys would vaguely know, and Geraldine could confirm that like the depth of this thing could be massive. I have no idea whether it's 50 or like 1,000.
Oh, okay, so I relay that to everybody.
Seems like maybe those license plates aren't just a decoration. Seems like maybe they're more like trophies.
Excellent.
Sort of cocky to display the evidence right there in plain sight, don't you think?
Looks like just decorations, though, does it not? Perhaps another look to see if we see the gentleman's license plate number would answer our question.
Yes, it's definitely worth a second look.
Yes, it is odd, isn't it, that such an isolated motel has so many license plates when cars haven't been that common in this region for all that many years. Trophies, you say?
That's actually a very interesting observation. I hadn't even put two and two together. License
That's
plates are still quite rare.
definitely worth a look, I think. But something like that, we might want to wait for a quieter hour.
I'd also like to figure out if those other rooms are vacant or if there's someone staying in them.
And according to
Go ahead.
Jacob, James was staying in room 1. It's he's been a while, but we might get lucky if we poke around, maybe find something. At least some evidence that
Room 1, that's our room?
it is.
Oh, interesting. Well, we could definitely have a look around when we get back then. But we should also find out who's in the other rooms, if anyone.
Friends, I think the rest of you have more experience with these matters, and I have to admit, it's quite unsettling to, well, I'm not sure what it is that we're suggesting, but I think that as a group, we should stay together, uh, unless unless circumstances force us apart. I'm sorry if I seem silly and irrational.
Oh, if anything, you are talking more sense than you know. Any kind of separation in such environments means, well, who's to say one of us might not disappear?
Have to agree with that. We already know of at least 2 people seem to have gone missing.
A question, if I might, for Mr. Haggerty and Miss Thornhill. Uh, the people you talk to, do they tend to go a bit in logic loops? Like, do they keep coming back to the same point again and again?
Definitely seemed a bit foggy-headed, I suppose you could say. Not all. Well, I don't want to say not all there, but like they couldn't quite place their finger on what they've been doing. Any
Interesting.
particularity?
Interesting. It's just a hunch for now, you understand, an idea. I'll work on it, and as we gather evidence, I'll see if maybe I'm correct.
It sounded like they'd been here for a while without leaving as well. So unless they're going and doing day trips for food on every couple days or so, maybe they're getting tainted food or water from the location.
Well, they're certainly not eating out of the lake. Hurst gestures to the water. As we've established, it's contaminated. Nothing lives in it. Does it?
Of course, and if they're not leaving, then where are they getting water or fresh food from? Maybe the people here are doing something, tainting it or drugging them or something like that.
Might I suggest we skip the showers tonight?
No, that does seem to be a very prudent idea.
Yeah, I think we should be very careful what we eat while we're here as well. We should get some fresh supplies. I see you have that pocket torch there. How well does that thing work?
Hurst pulls it out, flicks it on. It casts. It's a 1920s flashlight, so it's moderate. Not exactly a mag light, but it's okay. There wasn't a degree of flashlight in the list.
No, of course. It's very nice and great that you have it to begin with, but I wonder if those lamps in the rooms or the ones outside would work.
They're oil lamps, aren't they? I mean, oil still burns the same way as they usually do.
Yeah, as
Was
long
it
as they're
called a
portable.
pardon me? Was it called a torch in the list?
Yeah, electric torch.
So I think you'll find that's a lot closer to or lugging around like a car battery that has a like almost like drop down light, like what we would use for like a dropper light for painting or something like that. But you've got like a huge like reflector and bulb on top of a handheld, almost automotive battery. Like that thing is massive. It is not tiny.
Okay, I was imagining it to be like maybe as long as somebody's forearm. I mean, it's kind of
No,
cheap, really.
I think this is far long before like handheld um torches like become actual like even like nightstick sizes.
I could have swore they had something of that size in at least the 20s. Oh well.
And what we have noticed, were they like completely portable, the different lamps that we saw either in the rooms or outside?
I don't see any reason for any of them to really be locked down or anything. But 100% the lamps inside of the room are meant to be moved around. Like, um, I think say each room kind of has like two lamps kind of into itself, one outside and then one inside kind of thing. So there's at least 16 lamps for you all, simply because there's 8 rooms, and or rather, let's say there's at least 12 lamps for you all because of the 8 rooms and the 4 lamps, 3 lamps from your room, so 11. Plenty of lamps in the scenario.
Well, it sounds like we have that covered. Perhaps we could discuss making a phone call as well. We could call the girlfriend and let her know that we're coming tomorrow, perhaps arrange a time.
You know, it is perhaps better that we let someone know that we're here.
That's an excellent idea. And we could also get some fresh food and water supplies.
Thank heaven someone has finally said it. Uh, Here we have seemingly concrete evidence that there's something amiss here. Surely we know it. Missing people, more than one, more than young Fraser. Uh, Haven't we found enough to take to the authorities? I, the idea of staying here, the idea of staying here the night. Again, I'm sorry. I'm not used to this type of thing.
Well, unfortunately, I have a bit of experience. Any copper that we alert to any kind of issue out here is going to have to truck all the way down, spend some time poking around, and then make a decision after that. I don't think we have enough to make up a policeman's mind to come down here and waste his time, if indeed he thinks he will.
Yeah, we could,
All... Go ahead, brother.
I agree with Max. Till we've got something we can actually show him, gonna be tough to get anyone to come down here, and we start talking about strange lights and noises, and he's liable to lock us up instead.
Yes, I think we should wait to alert the authorities until we have some hard proof. There's 5 of us here. We're all capable. We can perhaps secure some weapons if necessary. I don't think we'll have any trouble protecting ourselves.
Yes, of course. I'm sorry. It's all this talk is made me made me too nervous. Well, the light is fading, and darkness comes quickly in these winter months. But shall we head on to the old settlement before it is completely dark?
Like as we should. And don't worry, Doctor. If anything, if anyone was to get used to this kind of lifestyle, I doubt they could go back to having a normal one. He smiles ruefully and very much self aware.
So theoretically, you all were continuing walking at some point. You
Before we
saw the
do,
tire treads.
before we do, Max pulls out his camera and snaps a shot of the tire track.
Yeah, so you've seen the tire treads there. You guys grab that picture, kind of continue on. By now, it's pretty safe to say that you are approaching where the old settlement is. Probably approaching like 4 to 5 p.m. Again, it is January. A pretty northern region. I don't know specifically how high latitude wise, but I'd say it is solid to recognize that you probably have 1 to 2 hours left of light, or the light is lost. Yeah, I was right about to drop a few pictures. I do see actual torches, and then I've got one that's or what I was actually.
Ah, got it. Okay.
January in Boston, it's dark at 6 o'clock at night. So
We're probably pretty close to. We're probably pretty close to that. I'd say twilight at least.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty solid. It's one of those weird things, like time has got to fly just every action that you do. But just as much, it's kind of weird because it's like, you know, walking around the lake shouldn't take you even an hour, 950 feet. So it's a pretty small lake. But walking around and trying to see stuff are two completely different things.
As they walk along, Max pulls, and it turns to twilight. Max pulls out the electric torch, shines it around a little bit to test it. As he goes, "Oh, good. I actually haven't used this for a while. Actually, my last ride before I got my last bit of legitimate work, I had to, take the Bums Express across half of a state. But that's a story for another time."
Roll a luck roll.
Ooh.
Solid. You do indeed, when you flick on the torch, it indeed does shed light for you.
Ah, good. It's been sitting in my bag for a while. Good to see the girl still works. I'll be damned if I know how electricity ever even. He is, of course, speaking metaphorically.
So inside of Discord, I dropped kind of what I imagine, yeah, and I found
Yeah.
another one that more a little like along the C size batteries. One of those things. As long as things go, your light might work. But one thing I will say is potentially keep in mind that batteries are notoriously going to be terrible back then.
Oh, certainly.
I would assume if you knew those batteries were bad, that you should probably have brand new batteries, unless you think you spent like your allotment and couldn't afford them. But if you've got experience with a flashlight, especially putting it 100 years ago, know that having a backup set of batteries is the only way to know that your flashlight might work when you need it.
He's got enough for a replacement battery, but the thing is that would take up what little he's got left. So he's sort of pushed it to the last minute, essentially.
Gotcha. So on some level, Max probably expects like while you're using this flashlight, probably sometime tonight, it's going to die on.
Probably. So he clicks it on to sort of like swing it around and test it, but as they get to the old settlement, he clicks it off until they actually start poking around.
So yeah, when you guys kind of step into this area, you can see signs that this was where the original like lake kind of settlement was. Back when it earned its name Squatters Lake, it was a part of like the Underground Railroad. It was a part of simply where like normal homeless people like lost their job from the mines would settle. Ages ago, this lake kind of existed as a place for vagabonds to find shelter. I think part of the first handout that you had was kind of outlining how they somewhat displaced um, Indians of the local area, the Abenaki. I believe that's the Abenaki.
You are correct.
And that's part of kind of the name of this lake used to be the Crow, for all the crows around it, and that's somewhat a sign of kind of like death already. But like the hemlock trees, I think, kind of fit into that idea as well. But by and large, this was a place that was settled by people who were unwanted in society. Coming around this area, you see some of the stone work that remains behind, kind of some of the mason. Do you all have any thoughts what for now that you are here?
Maybe some kind of indication of anybody having visited the place recently. Like maybe someone's come and I don't know, found a way to go to ground in this area. So I'll use if I can use a spot hidden.
Max can certainly do a spot hidden. How about everybody else? Any other thoughts from Jerry, from Lucas, or either Dylan or the Magic Man?
Any sign of fire would be the only other thought that I might have.
Gotcha. Let me get that from Lucas.
So Dylan's thinking if, suspecting that, they're given all the license plates and then the cars, they may have, he wants to look specifically for any signs of like, you know, if they're like dump, any dumped like possessions, like personal possessions or things like that, I guess. Maybe any signs of like, I don't know, like disturbed earth where something might have been like buried, things like that.
Let me get a spot hidden for you. Or if you wanted archaeology, you could do an archaeology.
I have like no archaeology skill, and I don't think he'd have any particular skill in that. So I'm just gonna do a regular spot hidden, I think.
Gotcha. So anything from Magic Man or from Miss Thornhill?
I can give a quick look around and see if I notice anything unusual or.
Yeah, I suppose I would just look for some fresh tracks around there, see if I saw any signs of like footprints or traffic or anything.
Gotcha. Just looking inside of the settlement, the two of you can do spot hiddens as well.
Now that's some magic.
That is
Both of you
indeed.
at that extreme. Both of you are doing similar things, so I think we're probably gonna have you guys kind of like noticing bare footprints that actually like lead through this area, coming in from some of the hemlocks to the east. Maybe like Magic Man starts like kind of north of the settlement and almost kind of comes backward, and perhaps the two of you like almost meet at these footprints. Each of you kind of like tracking them from two different points, like back towards each other. But you'll basically are going to see that there are bare footprints, and you can pretty well spot that they are from the same person. This person is missing their big toe on their right foot. see this so clearly because there are still muddy areas to walk. So there's like somebody who like walks out of the woods kind of northeast of this settlement, kind of approaches like near-ish the water's edge, and they seem to kind of move back a little bit north and then kind of divert south, heading back into the hemlock. So the two of you almost like track that to where you meet closer to the water's edge, where the footprints like lead, and each of you see like it basically like makes something like a trail like that. But you guys can see this person seems to like walk out of the woods, walk back into the woods, and I would like everybody make a listen check.
As he's standing there at the banks, Max kind of gets a little bit more introspective again as he goes, Honky Mikazas, crow. The locals called it this. Crows are a sign of death. Hemlock, not the trees, but the plant. Death. Water is death. The whole place just feels like death. He looks down at the tracks. I get the feeling we found someone that's going to lead us to that death.
Lucas looks
So
around. Are there in
hold up
fact
one
a
moment.
plethora of crows? Oh, sorry. Yep, go ahead.
No, there are no crows in this place now. The crows are entirely absent from this lake that is named Crow. But that again is the clue that you guys found is like when the Indians was Crow Lake. But something about the recent inhabitants has like displaced those. But getting back to the actual listen, while Hirsch is kind of like reciting some of these clues from that page you guys found, Dylan just kind of like almost like staring off, maybe towards where the footprints headed off in the woods. You're just kind of there, like listening in the back of your mind to Hirsch speak, but you swear you hear a long, slow scream coming deep from the woods. Could be close and just not terribly loud. It seemed horrendously painful and kind of like evocative of someone in among the worst pain that they've ever gone through. If you had to put it on a scale of a 9 to 10, or like 1 to 10, it's like a 9 or a 10.
Yeah. So as Dylan hears that, his hand immediately goes to one of the pockets of his jacket, and he kind of like pads it and feels something, and he kind of spins around to the others like quickly. You'll hear that, and he'll kind of point off in the general direction of where he thinks it came from.
By the time you all gather silence at the recognition that he heard something odd, hear like, birds and like insects. There's frogs like croaking around the lake. The cacophony of noises that you hear are entirely normal. There's no sign of whatever this scream.
Gotcha. So Dylan's convinced that he didn't indeed hear it. That he's not hallucinating, imagining or hearing things. So he's going to tell you it was a scream, and we should need to check it out.
A human scream? Of course, we must check it out. Must render whatever aid is needed.
I mean, if you say you heard a scream, I have no reason to doubt you. Of course, we'll have a look. Still got a little bit of daylight left.
Might be a good idea to fire up that torch now, Max.
Just as you're speaking, the flashlight clicks on. At the same time, you guys hear a light sink as Max pulls a a long-ish blade from his canvas bag, hefts it skillfully for a second before he says, "Lead on then, Mr. Haggerty. You're our current expert."
So you guys are in the twilight hour now. You can head off into the woods with just the torch with you right now. But you also have perspective lanterns behind you. Is Maximilian the only person with a light source?
I hope
Let
not.
me check.
How many of us are armed, anyways?
So Dylan he'll pull out like from his pocket now once he sees once he sees Max and realizes it's probably a good idea. He'll pull out a essentially a switchblade.
Same. That's what I have. I don't have any light sources though, unless you count the flash on the camera.
Oh wow, this is escalating quickly. We're at the twilight hour. I wonder how long it would take one or two of us just to run back and grab some of those lamps. It'd have to be slow on the way back here, but
More light is always a good idea.
Yeah,
We
that's
might
what
lose trail in the time it takes.
Someone is in pain. It is our duty to see to them as soon as possible.
Okay. We can move on if you want.
just understand that if we go off into these woods right now, we're likely putting all our lives in danger.
And Dylan's gonna kind of look up at the sky and rethinking at that kind of the words of warning from Max and Magic Man, and then kind of it was a I don't know maybe they're right. Bit of light feel a little bit more comfortable. I'll admit.
I took an oath. Lucas stands up, straightens his tie, and starts heading towards the woods.
Max shakes his head as he follows after the doctor, saying, "Believe me, there's a man that can't be talked out of it. Better to follow him and make sure he doesn't die, at least."
I'm not opposed to having a look around now as long as we're making a rational decision. And I'll just start to go with them.
I follow along.
Dr. Lucas, John, you realize, of course, we cannot go too far. We could pass by something large in these woods and not even realize it was 12 feet from us.
Just pauses, torn between his duty to the injured and Max's words, which of course are true. He is unable to reconcile the issues, simply nods tersely and continues walking forward.
Very well, if the risk is recognized. He glances back before he makes a light whistle. Over the top, lads.
Is Dylan following?
Yes, sorry. Yep, he's with them.
And specifically, you're the person with tracking. So theoretically, can
Yeah,
I
let's
have
put him up
Dylan?
front, please.
And can I have either Hirsch or Dr. Lucas? I feel like one of the two of you is kind of leading this push, and Dylan is like tracking because he's skilled at it. So let me get a tracking from two of you. Who's crushing it?
My track is 10. Lucas, what's yours?
Probably the same. That's the natural tracking.
Yeah, why am I not seeing it?
It's under the sciences, below throw.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, no, Lucas gets turned around in a complex supermarket.
Okay, then
And
hold on. Yeah, Hurst holds out his hand as he says, "Doc, perhaps maybe I should push on and try to help out Mr. Haggerty." And is it possible for me to push that?
So this is one of those things like you can push your tracking, but you need to roll a 10 or below with that roll. Otherwise, you have a critical failure. And I feel like it's a weird kind of not meta knowledge that Dylan is successful at.
That's a fair point, but you did say two of it. Thought I was just backing him up. All right, that's fine.
So there's times to push things, and usually it's when you're specializing in something and you know it's important. Um, Not necessarily when it's something that you're using a base skill of, and especially, I mean, a 10% is a pretty risky push.
No, I
Um,
understand that now.
so yeah, as you guys kind of continue through here, you do kind of like push through. These hemlocks, the growth is a lot more undergrowth, a lot more solid, a lot more to kind of like weed through. Uh, and you do find things are far more difficult and kind of slow progress. Can I get a, I want to say, spot hidden from Dylan, a luck from Hirsch, and a listen from the other three? Alrighty. So you guys are pushing through Hemlock Forest. You're starting to feel kind of like turned around as you're following these footprints. They don't seem to have any rhyme or reason to them, Dylan. Like this person seems to walk straight for 50 feet and then almost like meander in circles for like 100 footsteps, and then all of a sudden they continue off in a completely different direction. Straight shot for 200 steps, and then they meander in circles, and you're recognizing this as you track them, and all of a sudden just find yourself completely lost from the last time you spotted the footprints. And right around this moment where you're kind of like gathering up to say, I don't know where these footprints have gone, you guys see as the light flickers, and Geraldine and the Magic Man are both going to hear, and then just kind of like that, like on the wind, that was surely a human screaming.
Max quickly flips the switch off on the electric torch and pauses for a second, but he doesn't give himself a.
And I think it's the kind of thing as like Jerry and the Magic Man kind of say, like, that was definitely a human screaming. The others are like, that sounded like the wind, like going through like the cracks of a rock, and it almost whistles. And they assure you that was humanoid, and it's close.
Sure, there's a rational explanation. I know what I heard. You heard it too. We'll get to the bottom of this, with or without the light.
As we proceed further, I have my camera in my hand now, so I can at least use the flash in emergency for light and or take a picture.
Gotcha. And I think Hirsch has his camera as well, so
Yes,
he
we can
could
use the
be
flashers.
expending flashes as well.
Okay.
Every so often, when we're stuck somewhere, one of us can use the flasher without the film, try to illuminate the area for a second.
Yeah, I
And
feel
I
like it's the type of thing where you're almost like flash. Ooh. Flash.
and I forgot I do have a pack of matches, so a tiny little bit of extra light, like unless it's depending on how windy it is in January. Well, probably pretty windy January in New England.
Out of nerves, Max lights a cigarette with his own match, and you can see the orange glowing coal bobbing around in the darkness of the box.
Let me
Yeah.
get a spot hidden from everybody who is not lighting a cigarette right when Max lights. I assume the Magic Man is addicted to cigarettes and lights one at the same time. So I'm thinking Jerry, Dylan, and Dr. Luke.
Actually, I think at this point, Dylan, he is also a smoker, and he is, his nerves are getting a little antsy, so he's probably going to join the two of them.
Gotcha. So Jerry and Dr. Lucas, will each of you click your bonuses as they have like a chain of these cigarettes lighting, and just you've got this little spark. Who's that? Jerry. So that's a 41. Yeah, hers should be less. Dr. Lucas still. Yeah. So Jerry, when you like are looking past Dylan as he lights his match to light his cigarette, you see this like spark of orange, and like three of the guys are heads down, kind of like tucking into their cigarettes and their fire to try to shield it from the wind. And you just see this naked figure standing about 10 feet behind him, shoulders, head, all stripped bare naked. And this person is probably about 20 feet away from you, about a 6 foot tall man, and their flesh just seems gray. Parts of it are like rent away from the muscles, and you can see where they should be bleeding, and it's just gray. And by the time you flash your camera to shed light in that direction, there's nothing there.
I say, guys, Wilcox, Haggerty,
Hearst kind of
Hearst,
blinks for a
wait,
second.
hold on. And I just look really confused.
We're trying to look at the ground, aren't we, Miss Thornfall?
There was something behind you, something big, and I explained what the keeper just described.
Okay.
At this point, my film is on the ready. My flashes will now go off with the camera. But
Okay, so you saw a 6 foot tall man. A 6 foot tall man. He thinks about it for a second. Could very much disappear into the in an instant.
Hearst glances around.
He could be anywhere.
okay, but this wasn't just a man. It had no skin. Like, I know that sounds crazy, but I don't know. And I just kind of rubbed my eyes.
Does what Jerry describes fit into medical possibility according to Lucas's knowledge of the world?
Oh
Shall I
God,
do
forgot. Jerry,
I have
can
medicine.
you roll an sanity check?
Oh, there you go.
okay.
Seesaw phenomena.
Solid. So yeah, you will not lose any sanity.
Sweet.
As the way generally kind of describe this will fit into like some sort of you almost can kind of like rationalize like it's a horrific wound, but maybe the cold has staunched their blood flow to their capillaries so much that they're not actually bleeding from it, and the frostbite like symptoms are actually keeping them from horrifically bleeding out in the woods. But it only stratifies how important it is to get to this person to help them, because they are so clearly in need, because either frostbite or that wound them quick.
Okay. Whoever the person is, they're very, very gravely injured and will need medical assistance immediately.
I sort of
Or
feel like this is when you have a paladin in the group, and you know they're just forced to do what their oath says. Lucas calls out, "Sir, sir, I am a doctor. Are you in need of help?" No, I can help you.
Hearst actually steps over to Dylan, leans over, and says, "Something tells me that perhaps this person or whatever it is may be beyond with the good doctor's help, don't you think?"
He's still walking, so. I said he's still walking, so.
6 foot tall and injured. It could be James, exactly who we're looking for. Maybe he's under the influence of something. I think we could help him.
Yes, I've no doubt you saw something. It's dark, nerves on edge. Let's see if we can find him.
There has to
so
be
with
a
the idea,
rational explanation to this.
Does there,
with
though?
the idea that you guys have a threat in your midst, and it is potentially somebody who is in need of your help. They fit the description of potentially James or potentially Abe Hillary. I feel like that's the wrong name. But perhaps Abraham or James could fit this description for this figure. But in either case, they are running around here naked, and but you've also seen signs of like horrific screaming, as well as like they ran away from you just as much as um you know what I mean, they might need help. So there's maybe like approaching the idea like this could be somebody who's a little bit out of their mind just as much as something else might be a problem. Are you all going to kind of push forward looking for this person? Are we getting like back to back and almost like pulling in tighter to protect yourselves? What kind of thoughts do you all have as you're coming to terms with?
Hurst does the back thing as he like starts to turn towards the outer darkness with his fighting knife up and ready. As he says in reply to the Magic Man's statement, "Does there have to be a sane, sensible explanation, though? Why didn't he go back to the motel? The tracks clearly showed he went towards the lake and then returned to the forest. You'd think if this person was really in need, they would follow the lights."
I agree. I've seen some crazy things that no one ever believed me on. Heck, it even got me fired from some of my previous jobs. But at the same time, reason does stand to suggest that it is just Abe or James. So let's be careful as we proceed. I want to help him, just in case it is him. But let's definitely proceed with caution. Perhaps making a circle and shining a light as we go. Whether we're seen or not is our best bet, so we're not snuck up on.
Might have suffered a head injury. Would explain the supposed all this wandering around. I say we whoever this is treated like a wounded animal. Might need help, but doesn't mean it's not dangerous.
A
So
wounded animal is typically more dangerous.
you guys have a little bit of natural light, like from like the rising moon setting sun right now. You have a little bit of kind of light inside of these, but it's otherwise pretty dark here. You have the flashes going and kind of like 3 seconds in between flash while your battery like therein kind of build up the capacitor and ready that to fire. Um, Let me get two people at a time doing a luck, basically to try to see if you are looking in the right direction. I guess really it's got to be like um, three people either watching like as Hirsch flashes, or two people like watching as yeah, I don't know, Jerry flashes hers, but basically like trying to see who sees what while you guys are like walking with these two different sources. And it's just a luck roll. But theoretically, like um, giving me a direction by telling me who's watching when like Jerry does it or like when Hirsch does it to kind of determine what direction you guys are heading.
I imagine Hirsch, since he has the light, might be towards the front, and if Dylan is still towards the front, so he would probably be trying to look when he's flashing the camera.
Gotcha. And then maybe Jerry, Dr. Lucas, and Mr. Wilcox are all like looking behind.
Yeah,
That sounds good. I just wanted to say that Dr. Lucas has lost all concern for his own personal safety, and unless he's like sort of being held back, he's casting about, taking a few steps further, out of the light. So he's beholden to his Hippocratic oath.
I'd like
Roll me
to.
a luck then with a penalty, please. Yeah, like click the penalty right underneath that luck roll.
And I'd like to forego my role, actually, and I'm going to focus on doing a different activity. I'd like to discreetly unbutton my coat, and anyone that heard it would know that I was cocking my gun.
gotcha.
Haha, I knew I could count on somebody to fail. So yeah, while you guys kind of like push forward, and continue to like follow in the direction like Dylan and Mr. Hirsch were kind of leading, Miss Thornhill kind of like leading behind. Hear the little bit of the cock as the magic man like pulls out his pistol, and Dr. Lucas is kind of like pushing like forward and around like the sides. Do you think you're kind of staying like in front of like Geraldine, or do you think you're like moving around to the sides, Mr. Dr. Lucas?
I think, I think he's being a little irrational. I think he's casting around in all directions.
Gotcha. So yeah, as you kind of like push out a little bit further into the darkness, and just kind of like looking for signs of where this thing went. Geraldine again flashes her light, and you're going to see, as really she is going to see, as this figure is just kind of like standing there, just staring directly at her, and she'll notice that it is basically on the opposite side of the tree that your like right hand is leaned up on. As you like push your head and look out to your left, this creature is like 3 feet away from you on the opposite side of a tree that's about a 1 foot diameter, and it's just staring directly at her. uh Magic Man doesn't notice as he's pulling his gun and cocking it, but effectively the three of you are like the back of your circle, while the other two are moving in the opposite direction.
Before I notice how close he is to one of our friends, I like freeze with like in my footsteps, but I whisper, "Gotcha," because I've been taking pictures with my flash.
Oh, she took a photo.
She took a photo.
Do I notice also that he's so close to one of our party members?
Yeah, you would definitely pick up that it is right next to Dr. Luke.
Does it appear that he notices?
At present, it is staring directly at you. You probably
Okay.
have the most creepy of sensations because it's like making eye contact with you.
Yeah, I'm just frozen there. I managed to whisper "gotcha," and that's about all I can muster out because I'm obviously scared also, as well as.
Let me get a listen from all the males, and we'll call it a hard listen as well. You need half of your listen. Bam. So a bunch of fails. Yeah, so nobody really notices as you like catch this thing. And yeah, I think at that point it's going to go into um like this is a real threat. Um so the way combat works, we're gonna follow our dexterities. Normally, um Geraldine, you would be the last to go because you have the lowest dexterity of this. If anybody fires a firearm, that's your plan to go. You have like plus 50 to your dexterity on what you do that turn. So you will often go first if you are firing a firearm. Geraldine, I believe you said you have a switchblade.
That is correct.
So you know that you just caught this thing. You hear leaves kind of like rustling as you can basically pick up these things. Prints are moving towards you. And you are going to be able to react faster than this thing as the threat becomes real. If you would like, you can do many different things. If you plan to basically try to like cut it and attack it, you can pull your switchblade and make um, a brawl check. But what would you like to do as this like naked humanoid, potentially James, potentially Abe, creature with massive wounds approaches you?
It still appears that it might be James or might be Abraham. That's still what I'm like. What I would be thinking.
I don't know if I can force you to do the sanity check over and
Yeah.
over again. I feel like it's the first time you see it. So you're kind of like stuck in that, like mentally, you were able to rationalize that this is still potentially somebody who is healthy.
Okay, so I yell, I pull out my knife, but I kind of take a stand, like a 1 foot back as I try and call out to everyone else. I don't want to attack. I want to ready myself because I'm scared, but I also don't want to rush and attack it.
So I'm not entirely sure. I'll have to balance some of these things, and it might seem a little bit like D&D, but I'm pretty sure you can somewhat hold your reaction in the style of like if it attacks you, you can try to dodge. and that gives you a chance to have a better success at dodging its attack. Then, like, if you attack it, it has a chance to, either dodge or attack you. So, like, not attacking it prevents it from attacking you. And then you have the chance, if it attacks you, to then dodge, try to again avoid. So that's kind of like a quick breakdown of like how the combat will work.
I think I'll do that my first turn.
Yeah, for now, not exacerbating it. You're calling out to everybody else, getting them into the situation here. And it is going to rush up and try to attack you. So this is where you can make a dodge roll, and you need a better success than its attack. Try to brawl, and I think I have a 30% with.
Okay.
So a failure is a failure. If mine was a critical fail, that would have been one of those better things. But essentially, what it comes down to is like it fails to attack you. In this case, let's call it like a bite. It fails to like slash into your clothing, but you fail to dodge it. So maybe like your jacket or something gets torn. You're the tear of fabric, but there's no actual physical as it tries to
Okay.
get a hold of it. And then this is going to take us to a new round of combat. And this is where theoretically, who would like to fire a gun that they have ready?
If I see this creature, I'm going to take a shot at it.
I think he's the only one with a gun. Oh no, yeah, he is the only one with a gun. I think.
Oh, I thought Mr. Hirsch bought a gun too.
No, I didn't have enough in the end.
Okay. So nobody else has a gun. Dr. Lucas, no gun.
Of course not. I'm a healer, not a murderer.
Touche. So yeah, Mr. Magic Man, you also have the highest dexterity in the group, so you always go first, whether you are firing your gun or doing something else. You have a revolver.
Yes, that's correct. A 38 revolver.
Do you know how many shots you can put in the chamber?
Historically speaking, I'm not sure, but I believe it's a 6-shooter, maybe 8.
Gotcha. It doesn't actually say for you. Sometimes they're 6, sometimes they're 7, sometimes they're 5. So I'll see if I can actually find it. If you take one shot, you're just like a normal shot. Um, there's, I think it's safe to say there's a penalty die for it being nighttime. I think it's safe to say there's a bonus die for you being so close to Geraldine that you're basically shoulder to shoulder. So you're attacking at point blank. So I'm going to say that's just a normal 1d100. But if you decide that you want to fire, say, like 3 times at this creature, that's a penalty die on all 3 of those attacks. You can make 3 attacks, or up to.
I think I'll just go ahead and fire a single warning shot directly into its chest cavity.
Excellent.
One hell of a
Yeah.
warning.
Being that most people can have about 10 hit points or so, most firearms can be death from one shot. So, if you will, give us I think that's going to be firearms pistol.
Yeah, the handgun, is that correct?
That sounds right, yeah.
I'm off by 7. I think I'm going to go ahead and spend my luck points. I need to make
So
this
this
one
is one of
count.
those things. You could put it to a luck and burn 7 luck points for a success. You could push it, and perhaps by pushing it, get the creature's attention that a failure, and it might be trying to bite down into you, and no longer be going after me.
No, I think I'll steady my aim and I'm going to use my luck points. I want to make sure this thing fires true and lands.
Excellent. Let's see, the 38 should just be a straight damage die. Do you have that on hand?
It says 1d10.
Yep. So you can roll a d10 here to see how much damage you.
That'll get its attention.
So you fire into the dark, and like right as the flash of Mr. Hirsch's camera, like on the opposite side of the group, kind of like puts a little bit of light, kind of like almost scattering off of the trees above you and back down onto this creature, gives you your first sight of it. And you'll see, like, as the wound kind of like drops into its shoulder, there's no like blood flowing out. Can I have you make a sanity check, sanity save, Mr. Magic Man? And then um, roll a d8.
That's the only warning shot you'll get.
All right, so this is one of those things. You're going to lose 3 sanity here. This is one of those things that you need to kind of keep track of. Like when you lose 5, you can have like an actual mental breakdown as things get a little bit too extreme before you have a chance to kind of like rest and cope with what you've kind of come to see. But you'll notice with that like shot into this creature, like right into the bone of its shoulder blade, thing doesn't react at all. It doesn't bleed at all. You are the first one to notice that this is not something that is medically possible. This is not something that you can simply explain. And this is the first bit of your own, like, kind of breakdown. But we're going to go to Dylan. Miss Thornhill yelled out to give everybody the clue, but the 3 of you are going to join this as well. Dylan should follow. Oh, wait a second, my bad. Dylan has 60 dexterity. Dr. Lucas, you are up next. You have 70. So it's kind of already moved back and past you. So like Geraldine and Magic Man are on the opposite side of this creature from where you are, like 5 or 10 feet
And does Lucas have a view of that bullet, of that impossible bullet hitting?
You're probably on the other side of the bullet,
Yeah.
but you do get a sight of the thing, so you can make a sanity check. I might as well just have everybody else make a sanity check here because I'm going to have to ask for them, as you all see this thing for the first time. So if I can have the doctor, Dylan, and Mr. Hirsch. So you're still going to figure out a way to recognize that this is still potentially a human who needs your help, and is not sinking into you that there's anything wrong with it right now. Maximilian, if you would roll a d8 for me.
And my sanity didn't seem to auto populate. What should it be to start?
Give
That
me
is the one time I am
one.
so happy to see a 1 on a D8.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so you've lost 1 sanity from seeing this thing, kind of recognizing like something about this is wrong. I feel like sanity and luck are the same, but let me. Sanity points are equal to your power. I think your power is 80.
No, power is 50.
Okay, so your sanity point should be. All right, so you two basically, um, the doctor and Dylan, Dr. Dylan and Geraldine still see this as like a somewhat humanoid. Basically, like the frostbite is the problem. But what are you doing, Dr. Lucas? As you see like the bullet kind of flying through its shoulder, they are firing on this person of help.
Terrible. Does Dr. Lucas's medical bag contain a handy bottle of chloroform?
Roll a luck roll.
Nice.
Look, 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 look.
It's
Do
right next to
indeed have
sanity.
chloroform in there.
Okay, so I don't know. I don't really know the action economy here. Can he? He tries to get that out and prepare it, and and if possible, if the creature turns its attention to him, dodge as well. But I don't know if that's too many things at once. But he's basically, getting a pad of chloroform ready.
So the weird thing about like how dodging works is if it attacks you, you'll have a chance to do. If you attack it, it has the choice whether it wants to attack you or whether it wants to try to dodge. That's part of how melee combat works. Is there's usually like a kind of give and take to it. Can either dodge or attack back. So let's go with the idea because I think there might be a little bit of a stretch to say that you can pull out your chloroform, rush to it, and try to apply it. But
Right.
you got high dexterity, so I feel like that's what you're going for. Let me get a dexterity roll from you. I'd say that is sufficient to say that you run from that tree, kind of pulling uh, your chloroform as you're, essentially dropping your bag. You can pretend that you also drop it kind of lightly so nothing breaks in there, but you're like drawing it, dropping the bag, taking a little bit of like whether it's a handkerchief that's already on you, pouring it on there, going right up behind its mouth, and you can apply the chloroform to its face, to its mouth.
Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
And we're gonna go to Dylan here. You're basically watching as Dr. Lucas puts a little rag up to its mouth. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. What would you like to do, Dylan?
Yeah, so I mean, assuming this is kind of all happening very kind of quick. So Dylan's initial plan was to, once kind of Geraldine alerted them, was to kind of bull rush it. But as he sees the doctor like going with the chloroform, he kind of as he's rushing, as he's rushing forward towards it, it's going to try to essentially um, try and restrain it to help the doctor. Um, so they try and maybe like pin its arms back or something like that,
Gotcha.
or maybe actually maybe even like maybe like trip it. So maybe he will try to like knock it to the ground so that like we can like hold it down while the doctor is um, trying to use the chloroform.
I think this is gonna fall into a uh, a brawl. And if you're successful, I think we'll say that you're able to drop it to the ground. But it is going to try to brawl right back at you.
All right.
And I am going to have I think that might be an extreme success. I have a 30, my skill. I think it's a little bit outside of the, so yeah, I'm at a hard success. So as you go to like pull its legs out, um, it like breaks free of Dr. Lucas, like applying whatever it is to this thing's mouth, and just kind of like reaches down and bites right into your shoulder. And it is going to deal halved. So, damn, that is fucking massive. It is going to do 7 damage as it bites down into your shoulder.
Yeah, Dylan gives out a kind of a cry of pain at that. He is he's reeling from that blow, but he is doesn't quite drop him.
And then it's gonna go to Maximilian Hirsch. Like to do this thing, not only resist being chloroformed, but bite down into Dylan and just take a chunk of flesh, the size of, like a pretty nice steak.
Do you think that's worth another sanity roll from Dylan? I feel like this thing biting into him might.
Did you pass it before?
The first one I did, yeah.
Know offhand how damage turns into, but I'll say you can roll another sanity because you passed, and that was over half your hit points.
Yes, yeah.
It dawned on me that for my second time running Call of Cthulhu, I spent the whole time like preparing the module, and I did not refresh my. So I'm definitely going off of what I learned first time reading the book, second time running when I first ran the game. But yeah, with a failure there, you'll lose 4 as you kind of recognize like normal humans do not bite chunks out of people.
So it's for Max Hurst. He turns at the gunshot, and then the screaming, and then the bite, and for that brief moment, he's back in France in 1918, and he just immediately goes right back into kill mode and lunges forward with the trench knife. Doesn't even stop to remember that this is someone we're supposed to help. Doesn't even think about the doctor's mission of mercy. It's time to kill the German. And he fails.
And it is going to fight back, charge in. Let's see. That is a critical fail. Yeah, I think as you kind of like reach in to like stab at it, it's going to actually like almost like spin into and try to bite for your knife as you like cross through this thing, and its bottom jaw is just completely separated as it like tries to bite into your trench knife, and you just like cut the jaw off of this creature, and it's just hanging by a little bit of flesh. As whatever this person was, whoever they were, they no longer have a lower half of their face. And that's going to take us to Miss Thornhill.
Okay, dokie. This time I will attempt to attack it.
Should I know, by the way, that as he's doing this and the blood's flying, Max is just yelling like a madman. Like, it's not the high-pitched scream of fear. It's more like a bellow like a boar.
All right, so I'm with an attack. I do the arms. Sorry, the hand to hand
That's brawl.
brawl. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm used to D&D. I apologize. Brawl. That's right.
All right, so I have a normal fail. Hard success. I think you need an extreme success where it becomes a critical. So that is just a success. But like if I had succeeded with like a 15, or rather a 16 to a 30, because yours was a hard success, you would have actually hit me. But yeah, you've got your little dagger. Do you have your switchblade? I think that's a D4. Do you have a damage bonus?
Well, my switchblade, it's just a switchblade, but it doesn't, hold on one second. Yeah, it's 1d4. The damage bonus is 1d4.
Gotcha. Yeah, so just roll a D4 and we'll see how much you do.
You got it? Sweet.
So you like stab into it and just notice like again, it doesn't really do much, and almost like draw the blade kind of like around a little bit to actually like carve through a bit of like the sinew, kind of like holding a muscle together, and you like pop one of the muscles like off of one of its legs to kind of like reduce its mobility a little bit. As you kind of like recognize like simply stabbing this thing isn't terribly effective. Um, kind of need a little bit more than just like impaling stuff. But it's
Okay.
still kind of holding in strong here. And that's going to go back to technically it. Damn, for a moment there, the doctor was the one I was going to like try to bite at. I think it is going to. It is indeed going to kind of spin around to the doctor. I don't think it knows anything about what chloroform is. I can't bite you, but I am going to try to tear your arm off. Rather, I'm going to try to grab a hold of your arm and tear at it. Doctor, you can either dodge or you can try to brawl me back.
I think I would dodge.
Gotcha. So make a dodge check here. You're already kind of successful just because I had a failure anyways. But if you succeed at the dodge, it's one of those things where you mark it down. Same thing, like remember all, like Geraldine, when you hit that brawl as a success, you can mark that. If we played these characters in a campaign, your brawl would get better after. But besides just checking to see if you succeed at it, which oh wait, no, that should have been a dodge for you, Dr. Lucas. Different skill. We're gonna go to the Magic Man. Seeing your bullet have an effect on this creature, but what would you like to do this time around?
I would assume this is somewhat of a swirling melee. I'd like to get in position with a clear firing lane, and I'm going to try to put this thing down.
So you definitely recognize like being close range is a positive. The melee is a negative, so you're doing a pretty straight roll here. Technically, the darkness makes it one thing else, but I'm gonna go for it's a straight roll. But if you have a critical failure, will hit somebody. If you were to push and you were to fail, you will hit somebody.
Of course, that's not my priority, but the threat is imminent, so I'm going to take the shot. Got to put this thing down. It's not human.
Thing has a skill called Seek Human Flesh, 99%. So another fire shot into it, and it's just one of those things where this thing is fighting off four other people around as you're trying to take these gunshots. Just as it slashes this way and that way, it's just moving around too much. Kind of hear the bullet like sink into a tree behind, but otherwise at present, no effect there. And we'll go to Doctor.
Could I do just a quick dialogue?
Oh yeah, 100%.
It's not human. It's not human. That's all I'm just going to yell that and warn everybody.
Yeah, I think at this point, Dr. Lucas and Geraldine, you're the only two haven't failed the sanity, right? Can I actually have the two of you roll another sanity? Jaws removed, still fighting you.
She's on her way.
Gotcha. Do you roll a d8 for me, Dr. Lucas?
How do you roll a d8 in the chat? I know there's some command.
Oh, my bad.
Slash roll
You could
1d8.
type, yeah,
Slash
you could
roll.
do it like
That's
that.
it.
Or on the left side of the screen, there's a polyhedron.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Bam. Okay, so Dr. Lucas, you'll lose 4. Um, yeah, Geraldine's not gonna have to take another one of these twice. You this creature, and it's just not phasing you. So maybe Geraldine has actually heard of some sort of like undead abomination like this in your news stories, and you've got the scoop on this one. Taken a few photos of it way too close, and you've got photos of this thing with its jaw fully torn off.
I'm thinking to myself, if I survive this, this is going to be the best records I have ever got of any of these anomalies I have seen. The thought is elating me.
But yeah, Dr. Lucas, what would you like to do? Are you ready to fight this thing? Are you looking to do some other course of action? You have a solid recognition that if this creature doesn't actually breathe, it never had to inhale the chloroform.
I did want to ask, as I've gotten close to it, do I recognize? Does it seem to be the face of James?
Um, I think here, let me have you do. The roll doesn't matter. Don't have it happen. This is not James. This is a boy, probably about like maybe 21 when he died.
Yeah.
Dark hair. James was blonde. Have pretty solid confirmation that this is not James. For Dylan and Miss Thornhill, you guys probably have a solid understanding that this is Abe.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So John's going to brawl with the thing. I don't think he'd have it in his head to try to get his scalpel, which is only another point anyway. So he's going to try to brawl.
Shit, I was going to give you the scalpel anyways.
Oh, I have a scalpel. I just assumed it was in my, in my bag. But if I carry it, in my jacket
I'm
pocket,
perfectly
perhaps I
happy to
could.
say that you have the scalpel like in a pen
Alrighty,
case, like in your breast pocket.
there
Yeah,
you
I
go.
think it's perfectly safe to say that you have a collection of scalpels.
All right, awesome. In that case, I scalpel the poor thing in some critical manner. So let's see. I roll a brawl. Is that right?
That is correct. So I have a fail. You need any level of success. So just like the two of you kind of scrapping together, there's no real result. Nobody gets the upper hand. And that will take us to Dylan Haggerty.
All right, so Dylan probably like as it turned to go after Dr. Lucas, probably taking couple more chunks of flesh as it kind of tore its mouth away. And it's just like his one hand clamps to his shoulder. It's like blood is streaming beneath, and he's like, "Oh, motherfucker!" And then as like Magic Man is saying, like it's not human. He's going to like at this point he's like, "No shit," and he's going to kind of still trying to hold on to his kind of the wounded shoulder with one hand, with his switchblade. Um, he essentially is going to try. Can he essentially try to like kind of almost lean down and try to hamstring it, like slice at its like the back of its leg?
I think that is perfectly accessible as an option.
Assuming that's just a brawl, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna say that's gonna be a hard brawl to actually get a hamstring.
Sure. Yep, that makes sense.
So you need the halfer.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, so same thing. Like it's fighting to try to like get the upper hand on you. You're kind of like going low, trying to get the upper hand on it. Neither of you really successful in either direction there. It's kind of is a little bit of melee madness, and that will take us to Maximilian.
Here we go again, straight from the trenches around Chateau Thierry. It's another failure.
Where I have an extreme success of it trying to fight you back, and it is going to like tear at your arm, clawing into half of this one. So it's gonna do 4 damage to you as it like almost like grasps at your like shoulder and starts to like tear down and like pulling away from your suit, but it's like tearing flesh and muscle as well. Nothing extreme at present, but you will take the 4 damage, which can theoretically be a lot of health, but otherwise it's gonna go to Jerry.
Right, as he sustains the wound, Max is just yelling back, just basically the nonsensical animal noises of combat. This is to him. This is back in the trenches.
Okie dokie. I don't really have any other options aside from my trusty switchblade. Am I able to like try and? Well, if I throw it, I'll lose it. I'm just gonna try and stab it again.
Oh, we had an oil lamp.
Yeah, I'll just try and attack it again with my switchblade. Sorry, I meant to say some of that internally.
Gotcha. Oh no, you're good. Yeah. So roll
Okay.
your attack. I have a critical fumble again. So theoretically, you are guaranteed to do something.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. Let me see.
So Switchblade is just the D4. Can you roll the D4 for me?
Yeah. Oof.
So like with this is like a creature of like instinct almost, and it just sees as you like stab out at it and it goes to like bite down into your hand, not really recognizing that it no longer has the capability of biting. Bites down on the switchblade as you kind of like pull back, just like slashing through its teeth with it. Might pop out like a tooth or two from its upper jaw, but in the long run it just, like bites at your blade. And then this thing is going to try to attack 6. Not one of you. I get to choose. I think it's gonna stick to the doctor, because that's who it attacked last time. It's gonna stick to the instinct. And it's gonna try to claw at him. The other hand. Doctor, would you like to dodge or fight me back? My bad, I need to ask you before.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so that's what I was going to ask. Because it would be meta. I'll say I dodge.
But you fought me on your turn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it. Roll.
I mean, okay.
Roll a fight.
Wait a second. Is that? Yeah.
So because it critically fumbled, yeah, so you just get a success. So your normal fight, you said, was just like a +1 from the
No,
scalpel?
it's 1d4 as opposed to 1d3. That's
Gotcha. So yeah, just roll a d4 here. Let's see what you actually get from the scalpel. And then Magic Man, you're going to be up next here at the top of the order. So just because I like it in D&D to like kind of show signs of things, with that like slash of the scalpel, like maybe like lighting up through its like chest and like taking out some of its like musculature around like the shoulders and whatnot. This thing is officially bloodied. This is around halfway to its current.
As I sort of assess the situation right now, it's pretty clear that some of my companions are severely injured. Question mark.
It is indeed. I think Mr. Hirsch has like 6 of 10 left, and I think Dylan has 6 of 13 left.
11 to 15, actually.
Okay, you got more hit points. Oh, maybe it's actually a Magic Man who has.
Yeah, I'm like essentially bloodied, like in D&D terms.
I'm getting there, but still in the fight.
So doing a medicine check takes a long time. That's like doing science work. That you're doing a procedure. Doing first aid tends to be the type of thing where you're doing like 1 hit point to get somebody conscious and back in the fight. So unless there's something that I don't necessarily know that you can do, the kind of healing that you could do right now is to potentially give somebody like 1 hit. It's not necessarily the type of thing that like as the person with the gun, you still stand to 1, you're the only person who it doesn't get back, and 2, you stand to do damage of any. But
Oh
you can
no,
do that damage to one of your friends.
I didn't mean to give the impression that I was thinking about healing one of them. I was selfishly deciding whether I was going to shoot it one time or all three.
Okay, I got you there.
I haven't made up my mind because I'm not sure which one is the responsible thing or even if I would make that decision. So I'd like to leave it up to chance. So
Doing like
even
a
if,
willpower roll to see, like if you roll a willpower and you keep sane, like underneath it, shoot once, roll above your willpower, and you just like click until you're out of ammo. I mean, otherwise you can decide for yourself too.
no, I think that's perfect. Is that one of the skills here?
Power, POW. That is effectively wisdom save. Yeah, so I'd say you're maintaining your intelligence, kind of like one shot, stay steady, make sure to hit it, and get the kill.
All right, here goes nothing.
Solid success, and D10 damage.
Why won't you go down?
Exactly what you needed. It had 9 hit points left. So as you pull the trigger, you have it like sink right into the creature's skull. Just hear like this last little kind of like gurgle from the flesh. Apparently, the only thing remaining alive in this creature was whatever was inside of its brain, that last little bit of connection of the brain stem to the nerves. Creature like slowly still kind of like twitches as it falls to the ground, kind of collapsing on top of itself. And you that it appears to be bleeding. When you guys flash the actual like cameras this last time, doesn't happen. But this moment, you see what blood it did shed in that shot seems to be kind of a black oil.
Once the adrenaline of combat wears down, Hurst kind of like staggers over, begins looking it over while he's still bleeding and trying to nurse his wounded arm. He leans over with a lit match and holds it over the black oil. As he glances up to the rest of the group and goes, "A logical explanation, right?"
Let me have everybody roll a hard spot hidden. And I would actually like to say here, this is a solid time for us to quit and rejoin next Friday or to continue on. Is anybody interested in continuing today? Is anybody interested in trying to meet next Friday?
Honestly, probably the best thing for us on this end would be to meet next Friday. It's already 9 o'clock over here. Gotta get the kids taken care of. Before I go, can I make an occult check? I want to see if Max knows what this is now that they've fought and killed it.
Don't believe this necessarily falls into the occult. Occult tends to be things like human cultures. I think this might be closer to mythos. 1 second. Is everybody open for reconvening next Friday?
Yeah, that works for me.
For me.
Yeah, that works for me as well.
And I could also theoretically start a bit earlier if I mean this time works, just 7 works good for me, but I shouldn't have to be in the office next Friday, so I could start earlier if that's better for other people.
Word. We can definitely discuss that in the week. So I'm gonna leave it 2 bits of information. Don't want to necessarily look at, but we'll start from this point. And I'm gonna leave it with the Magic Man. As you see Hirsch kind of lean down into this kill, swear you see the oil kind of almost flash up for a moment, almost as if it was reaching out for him until the match lit, pulls back. But after that little moment where you saw the oil move, it seems to be flowing as if it was. Thank you very much for tuning in this evening and listening to this Dice Never Lie broadcast. I hope you enjoyed the investigators as they started their search for James Frazer and started to figure out some of the creepy, weird things that were happening at this little squatter's lake. I hope you enjoyed this session, and I hope you have the opportunity to tune back in, whether it is for our live stream this Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or if you are able and care to listen to the second half as we get these uploaded into the future. I believe this should be finishing up in a second session. If at all possible, I'd like to avoid the third session, but we may indeed end up getting there. This session itself was 5 hours. I think about 4 hours, 20 minutes after edits. Thank you, as always, for taking the time to listen with us and enjoy the sessions of different TTRPGs that we choose to play here at Dice Never Lie. I hope you enjoyed this second little delve into Call of Cthulhu. As always, I've been your keeper, Marathustra. Thank you very much.